Chapter 1641. Yen Zhaoge looked at the Tai cultivated deity with an air of sage-like Taoism and thought of something else. In the Taoism's jade-clear direct lineage, there were actually many vicious and merciless people. After entering Buddhism, the wise and compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva was one of the best when she was still the Zihang Jinren. Heavenly Lord Guangqing was not inferior either. However, the most outstanding person was perfected Tai. Apart from being ruthless, this senior mighty figure of the Tao sect could probably be described as thick-skinned and black-bellied. Sometimes, Yen Zhaoge felt that this bigwig of Taoism was truly a role model for his generation. Hearing Taoist Tai's words, Yen Zhaoge's heart jumped. He looked at immortal Tai. Are you going to sacrifice the pagoda-bearing heavenly king to the three altars so that the great god of the sea will be reborn? Muja's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Perfected Tai smiled. The one who tied the bell has to solve it. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Neza was infected by the resentment and hatred of Bao Lianxian. Although he was revived, his mind was still affected. If he went on a killing spree, it might be completely out of control, and his vicious nature would become thicker and thicker. At that time, it would truly be the birth of a new god of slaughter. He would not recognize his own kin. He would not be a monster nor a demon. He would only be a bloodthirsty killer. However, there might be an exception. It was none other than Heavenly King Li who had caused all of this back then. He would first transform into a bloodthirsty killing god, and then kill Li Jing to take revenge. The hostility would become stronger and stronger, and it might even reach a new peak. On the other hand, if the first target that Nezo encountered before he sank into the sea of blood was Li Jing, the source of his resentment and hatred back then, it might be a different scene after killing him. Although it was also a slaughter that triggered the bloodthirst and ferocity, Neza might fall into a state of blankness for a short period of time. At this moment, he actually had a chance to regain his clarity. However, he had to be careful not to continue to be stained with blood before he returned to normal. The above was merely Yen Zhaoge's conjecture. He did not have complete confidence in whether or not this method would definitely work. However, based on the methods that could be thought of so far, this was the most feasible one. Yen Zhaoge believed that with the Tai cultivated deity style, he would also make the same deduction and definitely intend to put it into practice. Of course, that was only from the perspective of solving Neza's problem. There were many difficulties. For example, how to ensure that Li Jing was Neza's first target after he escaped. Buddha once said, if he doesn't go to hell, who will? Indeed, perfected Tai smiled and said, fellow Taoist Li Jing, you have been in the Buddhist sect for so many years. You must know this principle very well. I think you will be willing to sacrifice yourself. Muja's expression was ugly. Don't even think about it. I've already said that I'm not interested in arguing with you. I don't need your permission to do whatever I want to do. Perfected Tai said calmly. Yen Zhaoge crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at the Taoist deity, speechlessly. Perfected Tai had used a trick to seal Neza. However, after a long time, Neza would eventually break out of the seal. At that time, the great god of the three altars of the sea, who was filled with murderous thoughts and murderous aura, would be unconscious. Perfected Tai might be the first to suffer. He was in a stalemate with Neza, but he was unable to get away to contact the others. At that moment, Muza and the rest chased after Yinglong Tu into the great wilderness origin residence. To perfected Tai, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. Separated by the great wilderness origin residence, Muza didn't dare to confirm who was inside. However, perfected Tai could easily confirm Muza's identity. Although he wasn't sure if Musa would summon the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, he was much more reliable than the others. Taking 10,000 steps back, the ones who came were other Buddhist bigwigs, and not the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing. After the seal was broken, Neza went on a killing spree. The Western Pure Lands would suffer the most. Although perfected Tai was also in danger, the situation was better than him wasting his time here with Neza. No matter how bad the situation was, it couldn't be any worse. Although perfected Tai's sealing of Neza had almost failed because he helped Inglongtu and chased Musa and the others away, the situation couldn't be any worse than before. Musa looked at perfected Tai and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud before looking at Yen Zhaoga. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he had contacted his father, Li Jing, and a few other Buddhist bigwigs to provide reinforcements. Only the Western Pure Lands were delayed due to some matters. In the end, Yen Zhaoga was 1 step ahead of them. Yen Zhaoga had either captured or killed Musa and the others. Without anyone to lead the way for Li Jing and the others, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find the great wilderness origin residence. Some of the perfected Tai's plans had failed. However, without Yen Zhaoga's arrival, the perfected Tai wouldn't be able to continue suppressing Neza in the great wilderness origin residence due to their interference. When Neza escaped, the perfected Tai would definitely suffer. Those who were chasing after the great wilderness origin residents would also have to face Neza, who had already transformed into a killing god. Now, with Yen Zhaoga's help, the perfected Tai could continue sealing Neza for a long period of time. They could even think of a way to leave this place and carefully plan their plan of using the pagoda-bearing heavenly king to attack Neza. They wouldn't have to gamble like the perfected Tai previously. Musa also knew what the perfected Tai meant when he said that he was the bait. However, he didn't intend to cooperate with them to lure his father, Li Jing, here. Musa was very grateful to Yen Zhaoga for capturing him. This way, Li Jing and the others wouldn't be able to find this place. You don't intend to listen to me? Don't worry. The perfected Tai saw Musa's expression and guessed his thoughts. He immediately said plainly, "With little friend Yan's help, I can bring my disciple away from the great wilderness origin residence. Let's just wait at the place where little friend Yen captured you guys." That place could also be considered as the place where Musa and the other Buddhist Bantis stopped before losing contact with the Western Pure Lands. When Li Jing and the others arrived, they would most likely find that universe. "I'll let Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai know that my father and master wouldn't be so careless." Musa replied, "Senior Apprentice Uncle Tai must have learned about the immortal extermination formation and the current situation outside from Little Friending. The 3 clear lineage isn't the same as before. Of course, my father and the others would be extremely careful. How would they step into the trap so easily?" Speaking of this, Musa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was truly unpredictable when it came to fortune and misfortune. If they can't find me, then don't even think about finding my father. Musa snorted. The perfected Tai didn't argue with him. Instead, he looked at Yen Zhaoga. "Little friend Yen, I heard from Little Friending that he came here with another fellow Taoist. I wonder if you can contact him. I received a message from that fellow Taoist. Only then did I know that junior apprentice brothering had gone missing. That's why I came here." Yen Zhaoga smiled. "The other fellow Taoists will split up with me and search for junior apprentice brother Ying's whereabouts. If we spend some time, we'll be able to contact him." The perfected Tai nodded. "That's for the best." Musa's heart sank as he watched the two of them conversing. Chapter 1642. After hearing the conversation between Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity, how could Mu Jia not understand their intentions? He contacted the Tao sect cultivator, who had traveled with Ing Longtu previously and used him as bait to lure Li Jing and the others. From the words of Yan Zhaoge and the others, it could be seen that the cultivation base of that Taoist martial practitioner was most likely similar to Ing Longtu's. Even if he had already pushed open the gate of immortality, he wouldn't exceed the tranquil, profound, immortal realm at most. It was very likely that he would be a leakless, true immortal. Li Jing and the others could not find Mu Jia and the others. They were naturally wary of the top mighty figures of the Tao sect. However, in order to figure out what had happened, they had to spread out and investigate. A perfected immortal or a mysterious immortal was undoubtedly much less threatening to Li Jing and the others. After all, not everyone was like Yan Zhaoge. Before arresting him, they might not have been sure if the Taoist martial artist knew anything about it, but since he appeared in the vicinity, he was a potential source of information, and there was a possibility of following the clues. Even if they tried their luck and did not let go of the wrong person, Li Jing and the others would not ignore it. This gave Yan Zhaoge and the Tai cultivated deity a chance. Mu Jia sighed helplessly. He was really a catalyst. It didn't mean that he would be fine as long as he didn't give in and cooperate. As long as he lost contact, he would be able to play the role of a primer. The helpless traveling monk, Huyen, could only hope that the people on his side would be as careful as possible, as cautious as possible, and as attentive as possible. He hoped that they would be able to see through Yan Zhaoge and the Tai cultivated deity's arrangements and not step into this trap. Looking at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield that was filled with milky white flames, Muza felt gloomy. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards the demon monkey that Pan Pan had transformed into. The demon monkey's figure shrunk slightly, still holding onto the divine metal treasure and suppressing the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. The demon monkey himself also stood on the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud, standing beside the Tai cultivated deity. Perfected Tai formed a seal with one hand and pointed in the air. The great wilderness Yuan residence that everyone was enchanged. Streams of desolate qi circulated and gathered toward immortal Tai and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Perfected Tai had used the power of the great wilderness origin palace to seal Neza. At this moment, talisman inscriptions appeared and transformed into chains that wrapped around the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. As perfected Tai moved, the chains formed by the desolate qi broke one after another. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield seemed to be unstable again. However, perfected Tai and Monkey were already prepared. With the help of the divine treasure iron, they suppressed the transparent cover again. Rise! Immortal Tai called out softly, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shield flew out of the great wilderness Yuan residence under his guidance. Yan Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Around his body, streaks of transparent, thin thunder light surged, resembling the shadow of a bubble. However, although every bubble of lightning seemed to be feeble and weightless, they were in fact extremely heavy, as if they were stacked on top of each other. The thunder light expanded outwards and gradually formed an independent world containing Yan Zhaoge, the Tai cultivated deity, the monkey, and the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud within. Let's go. We'll talk about the great wilderness Yuan residence later. Let's focus on the present first, said perfected Tai. Yan Zhaoge continued grabbing Mu Jia as he made a please gesture. Grand Unity Grand Master, please follow me. Although you're of the Jade Clear lineage, you can skip the title of Grand Master. I'm not worthy of it. Perfected Tai turned his head and looked at the world created by Yan Zhaoge's grand illusory spatial thunder. He felt the profundities contained within and praised Yan Zhaoge's age. With such a great talent like you, it's no wonder that my Taoism would rise again. You're being too polite, perfected Tai. Yen Zhaoga exited the great wilderness Yuan residence with perfected Tai and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. As he walked, he searched for Long Xingchuan and Daoist Miaochen. It wasn't easy to contact them within the void's outskirts. However, they were here to look for Ing Longtu if they were to get separated from Long Xingchuan. And the others, wouldn't they become a joke if more and more people went missing? As such, Yen Zhaoga, Long Xingchuan, and Daoist Miao Chun had specifically agreed on a location to reunite before splitting up. Moreover, the interval between their meetings was rather short. After Yen Zhaoga arrived, he saw Long Xingchuan and Daoist Miao Chun appearing. Yen Zhaoga let out a sigh of relief upon seeing them unharmed. When Long Xingchuan and Long Xingchuan saw that Ing Longtu was fine, they were delighted. When they saw perfected Tai, they were extremely surprised. However, they quickly became happy. The more Taoism bigwigs and experts that were still alive, the better it would be for the three clear lineage. After listening to Yen Zhaoga's brief explanation and arrangements, Long Xingchuan nodded. Indeed, there's an unusual commotion nearby. For the sake of caution, we tried our best to avoid it. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Lands reinforcements have arrived, and they're currently searching for traveling monk Huiyan and the others. I have no objections to young Heavenly Venerate's plan. We can begin at any time, Daoist Miao Chun said. Yen Zhaoga nodded. Since that is so, I will have to trouble you, fellow Daoist Miao Chun. You can rest easy, fellow Daoist. We will be nearby, and we will definitely not let you truly suffer a loss. You're too kind, young Heavenly Venerate. Daoist Miao Chun cupped his hands at him, and perfected Tai, then turned around and left. Yen Zhaoga and the others waited for a moment before following suit. The great god of the three altars of the sea is still alive. Congratulations! Long Xingchuan looked towards the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. It's a pity that such a calamity befell upon us. I only hope that we'll be able to turn this calamity into a blessing. As long as that heavenly King Li arrives, it wouldn't be hard to resolve this calamity. Yen Zhaoga said, if we can't wait for heavenly King Li's arrival, we'll have to continue troubling the great god of the 3 altars of the sea for a few more days. We'll slowly make our plans. Rage appeared on Muza's face. Unfortunately, he was captured by Yen Zhaoga and couldn't struggle at all. Oh, plotting to kill someone's father right in front of them? Aren't we going overboard? Yen Zhaoga smacked his lips. Only despite saying that, Yen Zhaoga didn't feel any psychological burden in killing the Western Pure Lands' heavenly King Li and saving Neza, one of the few experts of the Taoism lineage. Even if he wanted to reflect, he would reflect on how to achieve the best results. After a short while, Yen Zhaoga and the perfected Tai's expressions changed slightly. They could feel that something had happened on Daoist Miao Chen's side. The fish has taken the bait. Yen Zhaoga and the perfected Tai looked at each other and nodded. Then, they immediately stopped in their tracks and started making their own preparations. The boundless darkness was filled with the grand illusory spatial thunder's interior. The entire world's aura instantly became gloomy. Yen Zhaoga and the perfected Tai didn't even release their spiritual senses. Instead, they quietly waited there. Only Long Xingchuan didn't conceal his tracks and continued advancing forward calmly. Very quickly, Long Xingchuan sensed the activity of a Buddhist expert from afar. He didn't immediately stop. Instead, after getting closer, he turned around and retreated. However, the other party's speed suddenly increased. Buddha lights flickered. In an instant, a few green lotuses appeared in front of Long Xingchuan, as if they had always been there. Chapter 1643. A green lotus appeared, with lights faintly flickering on the lotus platform. A powerful and lofty aura permeated the surroundings, suppressing Long Xingchuan's will. a group of Buddhist Bantis appeared. Moreover, there were many grand, heavenly realm experts among them. A majestic Buddhist chant resounded, and a fragrance permeated the void. Within the glass-like Buddha light, the pagoda and the Bodhi forest were faintly discernible, as if a Buddhist country had descended upon the world. However, in the next instant, the scene of the blessed land of joy was destroyed. Two powerful auras approached from afar. Under their attacks, the glass-like Buddha light was no longer pure, and the pagoda and the Bodhi tree collapsed. Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity appeared and calmly looked towards the green lotuses. Under the influence of their auras, the Buddha silhouettes on the green lotuses became clearer and no longer ethereal. The person in the lead was none other than the renowned great Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra. During the ancient era, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity of the Taoism's jade-clear lineage, and the Tai cultivated deity was a veteran grand heavenly immortal. After the ancient era, he abandoned the Taoism and entered Buddhism. After attaining enlightenment, he transformed into the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva before the Tathagata Buddha had transcended the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the Manjushri Bodhisattva served as the Tathagata Buddha's attendants and guarded the central blessed lands of Saha. After that, Sakyamuni Tathagata transcended, and the future Buddha Maitreya was born. The central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva left and entered the western Pure Lands. Ever since then, he lived in seclusion and rarely appeared. During this era, during the Great Calamity, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was still rarely seen. Only in the recent few hundred years, when the entire western Pure Lands returned to the world, did the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva reappear. After receiving Muza's report and the western Pure Lands mediator, Muza's master, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, led the team over. Beside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva stood other Buddhist Bantis. Among them, there was the Luo Yen Buddha, who had also attained enlightenment. However, the first person that attracted Yen Zhaoga, the Tai cultivated deity, and Long Xingquan's attention was a middle-aged man. Although the man's body was also surrounded by a pure Buddhist aura, he was not dressed like a monk. Instead, he was wearing armor and a golden winged crow crown on his head. He was holding a pagoda in his left hand and a sword in his right. He had a dignified demeanor. It was the pagoda-bearing heavenly king of the heavenly court's divine palace, Li Jing. When Yen Zhaoga and the Tai cultivated deity saw him, joy appeared on their faces, and they both let out a sigh of relief. This action confused Samantabhadra, Narayan Buddha, and Li Jing. However, there was something else that attracted their attention. Perfected Tai sat on his 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield was clearly extremely restless as it swayed. There seemed to be something suppressed beneath it, on top of the transparent cover. Yen Zhaoga's golden body of the great sage was even supporting it with the Ru-I golden cudgel. He was very curious about what was under the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Suspicion appeared on the faces of the Buddhist experts, as if they had thought of something. Back then, perfected Tai seemed to have helped that evil creature break out of the encirclement. Heavenly King Li felt his heart skip a beat. Although that evil creature is seriously injured and cannot be treated, so many years have passed. There might be other possibilities. The bewildered Heavenly King Li looked at Mu Jia, who was captured by Yen Zhaoga, and became even more anxious. Taoist Tai. Just as Samantabhadra spoke, perfected Tai smiled. Don't be in a hurry, Taoist Samantabhadra. Let's catch up later. Let's settle another matter first. As he spoke, he released the suppression of the 9 dragons' divine fire shield. The demon monkey that Pan Pan transformed into also lifted the Ru-I golden cudgel and leaped away. the 9 dragons' divine fire shield was almost instantly overturned. As the flowing fire spread everywhere, a silhouette rushed out from within. He seemed like an Asura that had returned from hell. His malevolent intent permeated the air, making it hard for others to look at him. Samantabhadra focused his gaze and saw that the silhouette belonged to the 3 altars' sea meeting's great divinity, Neza. However, compared to before, Neza was different now. The surface of his skin, that was originally as white as a lotus root, was now blood red. Even his face looked mournful, filled with resentment and malevolence. The 3 altars' sea meeting's great divinity stood on the wind-fire wheels. After he appeared, his gaze immediately locked onto the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. Seeing that, Li Jing felt that something was amiss. Without waiting for him to speak, Neza let out a furious roar. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of him. He held the fire-tipped spear horizontally and stabbed it towards his chest. Samantabhadra sighed and did not directly help. That was because after Perfected Tai retracted the 9 dragons' divine fire shield, he had already rushed towards him. "Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, we can catch up now," said Perfected Tai with a faint smile. On the other side, the monkey also held the Ru-E golden cudgel and attacked the Buddhas of the Western Paradise, not giving them a chance to help Li Jing. Yen Zhaoga made a move and saved Taoist Miao Chen, who was captured by a bodhisattva. On the other side, Neza was like a mad tiger. His fire-tipped spear was deadly as he pointed it at Li Jing. Li Jing hurriedly took out the Ru-E golden pagoda. Although this treasure was sharp and specialized in restraining Neza's treasure lotus immortal body, Neza, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, was different from him when he was at the grand virtual realm in ancient times. Although the Ru-E golden pagoda was good, it could only play a decisive role when others were fighting against Neza. When facing Neza alone in Li Jing's hands, he couldn't suppress him. He could only resist for a while. Just like how Neza was reborn in the form of a lotus after his first death tribulation, he chased after Li Jing until there was no way out. Today seemed to be another reincarnation. Samantabhadra glanced at Musa, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. However, he could only try his best to shake off Yen Zhaoga, Perfected Tai, and the others along with the other Buddhist bantis to chase after Neza. At the same time, someone chanted the Buddha's name in the faraway void. A green lotus appeared within the dark universe, and a Buddha sat on the lotus. His body was blue, and his right hand held a treasured pennant on his left shoulder, while his left hand held the Dhyana Mudra. He was the red Inferno Dvajra Lord that Yen Zhaoga had interacted with before. After he appeared, he attempted to receive Samantabhadra and the others. The Western Pure Land's Buddhist bantis were extremely careful when they came over. They specifically made many arrangements to prevent anyone from ambushing them. Although they were still affected by Yen Zhaoga and the others, they had their own backup plans. However, their efforts were futile. Amidst the deafening roar, a golden, violent ape leaped out from another void and disrupted the Samantabhadra Bodhisattvas and the red Inferno Dvajra Lord's arrangements. After Yen Zhaoga exited the great wilderness origin palace, other than contacting Long Xingqiuan and Taoist Miao Chen, how could he forget about his North Ocean clone? His North Ocean clone manifested another golden body of the great sage. Demonic chi surged into the skies, and he attacked together with Yen Zhaoga and the others, instantly dragging the group of Buddhist bantis into a chaotic battle. Chapter 1644. Killing one's father is unethical. You all are simply committing a sin by allowing this to happen. Musa said furiously. Yen Zhaoga curled his lips. It would have been fine if I had said this in the past. Now that the 3 seas gathering divinities have suffered their first death tribulation, I think it's better to forget about it. Moreover, he nearly suffered his second death tribulation because of pagoda-bearing Li. Musa took a deep breath. I won't beg you to let me go. I just hope that you will allow me to face this calamity with my father. Don't be hasty. We still have to wait for Pagoda Li to become the first soul of the three altars of the sea's great divine spear. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Hearing this, Mu Jia felt rather anxious. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva scanned the surroundings and let out a long sigh. There will be this tribulation in Li Jing's life. It can't be resolved. Yen Zhaoga smiled. Bodhisattva, please do not misunderstand karma. During the great calamity that year, the three altars of the sea-meeting divinity suffered a tribulation. Now, Heavenly King Li is merely repaying his debt. There are many disturbances in it. It has been going on since the ancient era until now. How can it be explained in a few words? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. Yen Zhaoga nodded. These words are indeed true. However, the three altars of the sea-gathering divinities do not think so. Sigh. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva sighed, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Being held back by perfected Tai and the others, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva simply stopped and ignored Li Jing. You've contributed greatly to the three clear lineages' current achievements. However, it's hard to imagine that you were nurtured by the sect you were born in. His gaze now fell upon Yen Zhaoga. Although the sect is called the Broad Creed Mountain, we all know that it's just a fake name of the East Peak of Taoism before the Great Calamity. Instead, with your rise, the new generation of the East Peak of Taoism has gradually become worthy of the name of a legend, said the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Yen Zhaoga pointed at the unstoppable Neza, who resembled a mad tiger. You should worry about yourself first, Bodhisattva. If you don't leave now, not to mention the others, once the three altars of the sea's gathering divinities are free, it would be hard for you to leave even if you want to. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's finger emitted a white light that looked like a thin thread. Gradually, a cloud appeared from the light. It was several zhang high, with octagonal corners. On the corners were golden lanterns and hanging pearls. The cloud protected his head and first blocked perfected Tai's attack. Then it covered perfected Tai. At the same time, he released a golden lotus of the three laws. Wondrous truths overflowed and confronted the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, isolating it from the milky white flames. After blocking perfected Tai's attack, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, "Helpless, helpless." Looking at Yen Zhaoga, he slowly shook his head. Divergent, the tide rises and falls. Fellow Taoist Samantabhadra, why sigh? Perfected Tai pointed in the air. As streams of light intersected, space-time seemed to have become unfathomable. The octagonal cloud formed by the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva could not land on perfected Tai's head. You're right, fellow Taoist. As Bodhisattva spoke, the golden Buddha body suddenly changed. He manifested his Dharma form, which was specialized for battle. Its face was purple, and its mouth was huge with fangs, looking extremely ferocious. In a split second, the clouds turned red. The golden body was covered with auspicious colors. Pearls hung all over the body, and the lotus flowers supported the auspicious clouds. At the same time, the 3 heads and 6 arms wielded a sharp weapon, and a demon-subduing pestle. At this moment, the wisdom was restrained, and the fierce and violent Vajra subduing demon technique was displayed. The huge demon subduing pestle was strong and indestructible, but it also seemed to be nimble and untraceable. Even perfected Tai found it difficult to defend against it. He knew that after his fellow disciple of the same sect entered Buddhism, he possessed the strengths of both sects, and his techniques grew even more powerful. Compared to him, he was already inferior. Moreover, he had been suppressing Neza with all his might previously, which consumed a lot of his energy. Now that he had just unsealed himself, he had to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, which made him feel even more powerless. However, perfected Tai was very experienced. He wasn't in a hurry to fight against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He was only fighting against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He only hoped to delay the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's footsteps, preventing him from interfering with Neza's pursuit of Li Jing. Although the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had the upper hand, he felt like he had stepped into a swamp. By the side, the Luo Yen Buddha and the other Buddhist experts were all obstructed by Yen Zhaoga's golden body of the great sage, which rendered them unable to do anything. Yen Zhaoga grabbed Mu Jia, and suddenly a rain of fire descended from above. It was the treasured banner of the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. It was hovering above, and countless crimson flames were raining down. The Buddhism's red lotus cleansing fire seemed illusory. Although Yen Zhaoga was enveloped by the rain of fire, he didn't feel any burning sensation from his body. Instead, he felt anxious, and his soul was trembling. If I can keep you here, then everything wouldn't be in vain. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha put his palms together and chanted. Yen Zhaoga smiled and said, "The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha had already said the same thing the last time we met." As he spoke, Yen Zhaoga swung his hand, and Mu Jia was tossed out like a paper plane, landing in the monkey's hand that was holding the Ru-E golden cudgel. Within his eyes, a jade-green radiance flickered. At the same time, Yen Zhaoga straightened his back. As he stood on the void, his figure seemed to be swaying slightly. The splendor of divinity condensed above his head, and the 5 Chi's unifications appeared. Strands of immortal essence transformed into blurry streams of Chi, which circled around his body and gradually condensed into a form. At this moment, Yen Zhaoga's entire body seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled an axe, yet wasn't an axe, and a banner. He raised his right hand upwards, as if he was holding up a piece of creation. As he flipped his palm, the entire world of creation seemed to be overturned, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be flipping. Facing the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's all-encompassing red lotus cleansing fire, Yen Zhaoga didn't evade it. Instead, he raised his palm and struck it head-on. Within this palm, the jade-clear primordial heavenly scriptures, origin heavenly scripture, heaven-opening scripture, and cyclic heavenly scriptures profundities were contained within. The primordial early heaven 3 scriptures combined into one, displaying the profundities of the primordial chaos from the very beginning of the world. Boundless profundities and peerless power were manifested at the same time. The void beneath Yen Zhaoga's palm seemed to have returned to its original state of chaos. There was no front, no back, no cold, no heat, no beginning, and no end. Then it was split apart by the bigwig's divine ability. The chaos shattered, and the earth, water, fire, and wind surged in chaos. Then everything stabilized once again. The 2 polarities circulated, and the principles of all existences manifested at the same time. The world of creation had its initial appearance, and it had the principles to deduce its trajectory. From then on, it continued forward, and the sea changed. The jade-clear primordial early heaven 3 scriptures combined into one, primordial chaos. The red lotus cleansing fire wasn't an actual fire. Instead, it was an illusory fire that targeted one's heart. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoga's palm seemed to be reenacting the opening of chaos and the concept of creation's beginning. The flames had already lost their definition of illusory and actual. A grand heavenly realm jade, clear lineage's comprehension of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures is only this much. The red Inferno Yamada Buddha was shocked. Where Yen Zhaoga's palm reached, crimson red fiery rain filled the entire sky. as if it was real rainwater. Even though it landed on his palm, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. The flowing fire overflowed and scattered to the side. Yen Zhaoge's palm continued moving upwards, slowly approaching the Yamata itself. Chapter 1645. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha took in a deep breath as he saw Yen Zhaoge's palm seemingly opening the heavens. He was already mentally prepared for Yen Zhaoge's counterattack. Initially, he planned on suppressing Yen Zhaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities and subduing him. However, upon seeing Yen Zhaoge's chaos origin opening strike, the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha stopped his previous thoughts and switched to attacking Yen Zhaoge with Buddhism's profound profundities. He no longer had any hopes of subduing or capturing Yen Zhaoge alive. Defeating Yen Zhaoge was already enough. The profundities of Buddhism's profundities merged and transformed into a profoundness that was neither pre-heaven nor post-heaven, clashing against Yen Zhaoge's chaos origin opening strike. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha didn't hold back at all. The golden lamp and saraira on top of his head shone brightly. Green lotuses, accompanied by fragrance, filled the void, filling up the space opened up by Yen Zhaoge's palm intent. The Buddha arrived beneath the Dvajra and extended his palm towards Yen Zhaoge. When the crimson flames touched the green lotuses, they instantly started burning. No ashes could be seen as the flames burned. Instead, they transformed into true red lotuses that descended from the heavens, forming an ocean of lotuses. The blessed lands of the red blaze Dhamma, Lord manifested as the red blaze Dhamma Lord Buddha descended here, wanting to bury Yen Zhaoge within. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Yen Zhaoge's mouth. His right hand continued moving upwards, and a treasured hammer suddenly appeared in his left hand. Chaos Origin Hammer. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha's eyelids twitched, and he knew that something was amiss. That treasured hammer was the Black Cloud's Immortal's personal treasure, the Chaos Origin Hammer. The Black Cloud's Immortal had gained fame with it, and its sharpness in killing wasn't inferior to the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's cyclic heavenly seal. After the Black Cloud's Immortal's death, the Chaos Origin Hammer fell into Yen Zhaoge's hands. All these years, he had been carefully refining it. When the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha approached, Yen Zhaoge took out the hammer and smashed it towards the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha was caught off guard and was instantly knocked down by the hammer. Yen Zhaoge didn't show any mercy and continued smashing the Chaos Origin Hammer towards the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha. Namo Amitabha. Cracks appeared on the chest of the red Inferno Dhamma Vajrayana golden body. He endured the pain and chanted the name of Buddha. The saraira above his head shone brightly. Numerous red lotuses gathered and surrounded the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord. The red lotuses bloomed one after another, blocking the primeval hammer. However, the primeval hammer still managed to break through the encirclement and continued to strike at the Buddha. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord had no choice but to dodge to the side. Even so, he could not prevent the golden lamp on his head from being knocked over by the treasured hammer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yen Zhaoge's figure rose higher and higher, his palm flipping upwards as he instantly overturned that treasured banner. With the collapse of the treasured banner, the rain of fire was immediately extinguished. The pure land of the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha, Lord's Buddhist kingdom, also began to collapse. Yen Zhaoge grabbed the treasured banner with his right hand, wielding the chaotic origin hammer with his left as he continued smashing down towards the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha monarch, causing that Buddha to only be able to flee, evading in all directions. Not only was it difficult for immortal essence to break through immortal splendors, but it was also difficult for grand virtual immortals to injure grand heavenly immortals. Grand heavenly immortals often found it difficult to even touch grand, heavenly immortals. However, even if Yen Zhaoge only had a condensed flower above his head, most virtual immortals couldn't compare to him. Now that he had the primeval chaos hammer in hand, even the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha, Lord, would find it hard to block his sharpness. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and the other Buddhist bigwigs frowned when they saw this. However, they each had their own difficult opponents and had no time to deal with them. Moreover, compared to Yen Zhaoge's red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, Li Jing, who was on the other side, was clearly much more dangerous. Although the wishful golden pagoda restrained Neza's treasure, lotus immortal body, Li Jing's strength was still much inferior to Neza's. Without anyone's help, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king could not escape misfortune. A universe ring descended from the sky and smashed the wishful golden pagoda down, freeing it from Li Jing's hand. The terrifying spear pierced through the universe and came out of nothingness. It pierced through the heart-protecting mirror in the center of the armor's chest, and then pierced out from his back. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, lowered his head and looked at the spear that was exposed outside his chest. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he only said one sentence. "Master, you've misled me." As his voice echoed, Li Jing's eyes widened, and his aura disappeared. The wound on his chest that had been pierced by the fire-tipped spear began to split open continuously and spread to the surroundings. His entire body was gradually turning into ashes. Neza looked at Li Jing in a daze and subconsciously let go of the spear in his hand. The hostility between his eyebrows became even more solemn, but his expression was a little blank. The sanguine color in his eyes became even stronger, but his eyes were empty and lifeless. Neza, who had been filled with killing intent and looked like a god of death, stood in the void like a statue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva waved his demon-subduing pestle and finally forced perfected Tai to retreat. However, it was already a step too late. When he saw Li Jing and Neza, he sighed and continued to walk towards Neza. Perfected Tai pestered him from behind. "My disciple was just momentarily distracted. Fellow Taoist, you don't have a chance to take advantage of him. If you go forward now, you will immediately wake him up. Although you have defeated me, you are not my disciple's match." "I naturally know that your disciple is better than you," Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said calmly. "However, I can also tell that your disciple has sunk into the sea of blood and will not be able to extricate himself. At that time, he will definitely become everyone's public enemy. Not to mention the direct disciples of the three pure ones, even the Astro Mountains, Starry Sea, and the 9 netherworlds might not be able to tolerate him, right?" Of course, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva didn't intend to fight Neza to the death. He was aware of Yen Zhaoge and perfected Tai's arrangements. He knew that they intended to use Li Jing as a backing to resolve Neza's killing intent and hostility. If he was disturbed, and his plan failed, Neza would turn into a bloody god of death. By then, no force would be willing to see such an existence being active everywhere. In the end, he would definitely be annihilated together. Even the Taoism's 3 clear lineage might not protect him. Fellow Taoist, you've become a Buddha and you're being compassionate. However, are you going to obstruct my disciple's path and personally create a blood Siajura? Naturally, perfected Tai wasn't willing to let Samantabhadra Bodhisattva ruin his plan. He hurriedly chased after him to stop him. "Bodhisattva, please wait." At the same time, Yen Zhaoge wielded the chaos hammer from afar and slammed it down. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was helpless. He could only stop and wave the demon-subduing pestle to deflect the chaos hammer. After pausing for a moment, perfected Tai immediately chased after him. The other Buddhist banis had their own thoughts. However, They were all obstructed by the two golden bodies of the great sage, Long Xingquan, and the others. Predestined fate, predestined fate. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva suddenly stopped and no longer approached Neza. Instead, he changed his direction and pounced towards the golden body of the great sage transformed by Pan Pan. He finally gave up and changed his target to saving his disciple, Muza. The demon monkey transformed by Pan Pan was fearless. With the Ru-E golden cudgel in his hand, he swept it in all directions. Even Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt a headache coming on. Perfected Tai ignored Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and flew towards Neza. When he was near Neza, he carefully stopped after some distance and took out a lotus seed pod. Chapter 1646. After Perfected Tai took out the lotus pod, he carefully shook it at Neza. Neza turned around in confusion, but there was still no focus in his gaze when he looked at Perfected Tai and the lotus pod. Perfected Tai heaved a sigh of relief. His other hand drew a talisman in the void. The talisman flew into the void and turned into specks of white light that sprinkled down like rain. Neza didn't react to the white light. However, the red light in his eyes became even more obvious and dazzling. At the same time, rays of red light faintly seeped out from his lotus-like skin. The red light merged with the white light drizzle on his body. The two did not fade, but instead appeared to be intertwining. Just as the red and white lights intersected, Neza's body trembled, and blood oozed out of his mouth, nose, ears, and mouth. The blood was black and green. Neza did not show any pain on his face, but his originally blank eyes suddenly revealed irritation and resistance. The jet-black blood water exuded a thick, baleful aura. It wasn't real pus and blood, but the manifestation of the vicious aura. Perfected Tai did not panic when he saw that. However, his expression became more cautious, and he attacked even more carefully. He kept scattering white light that enveloped Neza's entire body. At the same time, he gently shook the lotus in his hand. The lotus shone with 7-colored light and landed on Neza's body. On the other side, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and the other Buddhist mighty figures all looked solemn. They wanted to step forward, yet were obstructed by Yen Zhaoge and the others. Due to a moment of carelessness, the Luo Yen Buddha was knocked over by Yen Zhaoge's chaotic origin hammer. Then, the monkey waved the Ru-E golden cudgel and attacked him. If not for the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others trying their best to save him, he would have died on the spot. Unfortunately, he could attend to one but not the other. He could attend to one, but not the other. When Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was saving that Luo Yen Buddha, another golden body of the great sage pounced forward and knocked down the red Inferno Dhyana Buddha. After retracting the primordial chaos hammer, Yen Zhaoge immediately changed his target, striking right at the top of the red Inferno Dhamma King's head. The poor Buddha's head was instantly smashed by the primeval chaos hammer. The Buddhist Bantis had a sturdy golden body and strong vitality. The top of the red Inferno Dhamma Buddha's head caved inwards and shattered. Its eyes were still wide open as it stared fixedly at Yen Zhaoge, just that it was already unable to speak. "It seems like you're going to be trapped here forever," said Yen Zhaoge plainly, letting out a long sigh. The red Inferno Dvajra Buddha Lord finally let out a breath. Placing his palms together, he passed away just like that. His body gradually burned with red flames. In the flames, the golden body turned into ashes, and the Buddhist kingdom was destroyed. Everything burned and returned to the red flames. In the end, the scarlet flames were all absorbed into a relic above his head. A Buddha who had attained enlightenment during the Middle Era didn't perish during this era's start, nor did he perish during the Great Calamity. Instead, He perished by Yen Zhaoga's hands today. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables saw this. Although there was no sadness on their faces, they all chanted at the same time, Namo Amitabha. Looking at the situation before him, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. Although they noticed that Neza was temporarily unable to participate in the battle, the Buddhists had suffered casualties as well. With their strength decreasing, it was hard for them to continue. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva confirmed that his Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to provide reinforcements within a short period of time. He could only helplessly bring Luoyen Buddha and the others to retreat. He tried to save his disciple, Muza, but to no avail. In the end, he could only sigh and leave this universe. Yen Zhaoga and the others didn't pursue further, guarding the Tai cultivated deity, and Neza was their top priority lest something unexpected happened to Neza. Order! The Tai cultivated deity yelled softly, and his hand seals changed again. The universe ring returned to Neza's neck, and the red heavenly sash wrapped around his arm fluttered without any wind. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet were spinning continuously, and even the fire-tipped spear in his hand was trembling. The treasures around him seemed to be alive, and they were constantly advising Neza to help the Tai cultivated deity. Most of these treasures were bestowed to Neza by the Tai cultivated deity. Yen Zhaoga nodded in his heart upon seeing this. Neza's gaze was still unfocused, and he seemed to be confused. However, his anxious and resistant expression had faded a lot, and even the hostility between his brows seemed to have dissipated. The filthy blood that seeped out of his mouth, nose, and orifices became heavier and heavier. Without the disturbance of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's 3 laws golden lotus, the Tai cultivated deity's 9 dragons' divine fire barrier immediately came into use again. The 9 fire dragons that surrounded the barrier spewed out milky white flames at the same time. The blazing flames landed on Neza's body, but they didn't hurt him. Instead, they burned the ferocious, filthy blood. The filthy blood flowed, as it burned, as if it could not be removed completely. However, the Tai cultivated deity's face was filled with joy, and his expression finally relaxed. After removing some filthy blood, he shook the lotus pod in his hand at Neza again. Neza's dazed eyes finally closed, as if he had fallen asleep. His body involuntarily floated towards the Tai cultivated deity. The lotus pod in the Tai cultivated deity's hand became bigger, and it carried Neza's body, letting Neza fall asleep on it. The 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield floated above the lotus. Flames were still falling down, slowly but surely purifying the dark blood oozing out of Neza's eyes, nose, and mouth. Congratulations, Taoist! Yen Zhaoga, Long Xingchuan, and Taoist Miao Chun, whom he had saved previously, came forward to congratulate him. This is just the beginning. I don't know how long it will take, Perfected Tai said. However, his expression was relatively relaxed, and he smiled slightly. Yen Zhaoga similarly smiled. A good start is half the battle. Thank you for your blessings. Perfected Tai smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Muja, who was caught by the golden body of the great sage. Little friend Yen, how do you plan to deal with this person? I don't mind. I'll leave it to you, said Yen Zhaoga. Muja had already calmed down. He looked expressionlessly at Yen Zhaoga and the true deity Tai, repeating his previous words, I only hope to face this tribulation together with my father. Perfected Tai sighed softly. Silly child. He didn't say anything else and slammed his palm down. There weren't any injuries on Muja's body. However, his eyes closed and he instantly died. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoga didn't feel any sadness or joy. He recalled the scene when he first met Muja. Back then, Muja was also in high spirits. But now, Everything had turned to dust. Yen Zhaoga's impression of Musa was not bad. Still, he had never been one to cherish talent when it came to those who stood on his opposing side. Regardless of Muja's personality, his opinion of Li Jing was completely different from Neza's. Since Li Jing perished by Neza's hands, there was no room for reconciliation between Muja and him. Perfected Tai acted on Neza's behalf. To a certain extent, he was being considerate towards his disciple. Of course, to Muja, it was naturally cruel. Only, with the perfected Tai's ruthlessness, his actions were like this. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 1647. After killing Musa with a single palm, the Tai cultivated deity's expression remained the same. His attention returned to Neza. He waved his hand, and the lotus pod carried Neza up. The 9 dragons' divine fire barrier became even larger, enveloping Neza and the lotus pod. The 9 fire dragons circled around, and the milky white flames continued spewing out. However, this time, it wasn't used to suppress Neza. Instead, it was used to slowly remove the malicious intent within Neza's body, helping him to recuperate and recover as soon as possible. The red radiance seeped out of his body and remained on the surface. This meant that the Tai cultivated deity's efforts were starting to bear fruit. He stopped Neza from sinking into the sea of blood. Now, he had to gradually eliminate his killing intent and disintegrate the sea of blood. Only then could he be safe. This was a long process, and he had to be careful at all times. If anything went wrong, all his previous efforts might go to waste. However, compared to when Neza went berserk, and the Tai cultivated deity had to risk his life to suppress him, it was undoubtedly a world of difference. It was much easier and safer. If he couldn't suppress Neza, previously the first person to face Neza would be the Tai cultivated deity. By then, Li Jing would be the role model. Previously, I heard from Little Friending that our orthodox Taoism has reopened the heavens, and we're starting to see its scale. Tai cultivated deity asked Yen Zhaoga and Long Xingchuan. Yen Zhaoga nodded. That's right. Currently, a total of 6 heavens have been reopened. Tai cultivated deity said, "My disciple's current situation is still very unstable. I might need to enter seclusion with him for a few years. Can I borrow a cave manor?" There was a reason why he was being so polite. Although Neza seemed fine now, the problem wasn't completely resolved. If something went wrong, the consequences might be unimaginable. It might even bring a huge disaster to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and other places. By then, even if he could be stopped, there might be chaos and even more destruction. If they continued to stay in the great wilderness origin palace, they would be too far away from the Taoism's 6 heavens. It would be inconvenient for the 3 clear Taoists to protect them. However, this wasn't a problem for Yen Zhaoga. Although he couldn't do it in places like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, he could lend it to the Tai cultivated deity for the time being. He could temporarily postpone the immigration plan. While the Taoist Tai cultivated deity was thick-skinned and black-bellied, given the current situation, he wouldn't do something like taking over a magpie's nest. Therefore, Yen Zhaoga wasn't worried. "You're too polite, Taoist. The return of you and the 3 altars' great divinity is a joyous occasion for our Taoism." Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands towards him. "In that case, thank you, little friend," Perfected Tai said politely. Yen Zhaoga looked at the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud by the side. He looked at Neza, who was sleeping soundly on the lotus, surrounded by blazing flames. I've heard many legends about the 3 altars of the sea meeting, but I can't tell if they're true or false. He pondered and said, "Some rumors, combined with the attitude of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, seem to contradict each other." After a moment of silence, Immortal Tai said, It's too long ago, and I can't remember it. If you have any questions, why don't you tell me first, and see if I still remember it? After the Great Calamity, Taoism had become more united, and Yen Zhaoge and the others had helped them greatly earlier. Otherwise, with the Taoist true deity's personality, he might only have said the first half of the sentence. In the past, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king was afraid of the dragon race. Wasn't he afraid of you and the seniors of Taoism? Yen Zhaoge already had an understanding of the Taoist true deity's personality. He didn't care about the Taoist true deity's hesitation and asked his own question. Jing Li, although he joined the Dipankara sect late, he was already related to Buddhism. The Taoist true deity slowly answered. Of course, there wasn't the central blessed lands of Saha and the Western Pure Lands at that time. There was only the Western sect. Before the 3 altars of the Sea Meeting was born, Jingli was already a member of the Western sect. Yen Zhaoge frowned. There's a rumor. It's said that the 3 altars of the Sea Meeting originated from the Nvaiwa Palace. He couldn't help but look at the Taoist true deity. True deity, was it the demon race that mixed sand with our Taoism, or were you trying to poach under the guidance of the primordial heavenly Lord? Hearing Yen Zhaoge's question, the Taoist true deity didn't feel offended. He only smiled and said nothing. After a long while, the old Taoist slowly said, during the ancient era, our Taoism was powerful. However, the secret games between us and the other sects never stopped. Everyone had their wins and losses. The 3 altars of the Sea Meeting's treasure lotus immortal body isn't unrelated to Buddhism. That's why there's the wishful golden pagoda that specifically restrains him. There's really me in you, and you in me. Yen Zhaoge patted his head. TSK, actually, I want to say that it's interesting. The smile on the Taoist true deity's face gradually disappeared and was replaced with a hint of melancholy. After the ancient era, it's another situation. Especially in this era, everything is completely different. Flowers are never red, and trees are never green. From his expression, he was clearly thinking about the Great Calamity. As for Neza, he had almost perished in that calamity because of Jingli. However, this melancholy came and went quickly. The Taoist true deity looked at Yen Zhaoge with admiration. Fortunately, the tides rise and fall, and the flowers wither and bloom. Now, the situation is going to change again. You're right, Taoist. Yen Zhaoge nodded. He said to Yinglong Tu, after a while, bring the Taoist and the 3 altars of the Sea Meeting back to our side. Tell Yunsheng and junior apprentice brother Lan about the situation, and they'll know what to do. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Yinglong Tu nodded. Then he asked curiously, senior apprentice brother, Yen, aren't you returning to the Vermilion Bird Royal Reed, heaven with us? The Taoist true deity and Long Xingquan looked over as well. I won't be returning for now. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. I'm more interested in what the Western Pure Lands are busy with. Due to the orthodox Taoism, although the war between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had started, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had restrained themselves in order to prevent the orthodox Taoism from benefiting from it. If the demon race wasn't holding them back, the Western Pure Lands' performance in dealing with the Great Wilderness Natal Palace and Neza's matter would be a little lacking. As if they were busy with other important matters, the coordinating manpower was a little tight. If not for that, Yen Zhaoge would not have arrived before the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others. In the end, he would not have wiped out Mu Jia and the others and found the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Yinglong Tu, the Tai spiritual master, and Neza first. After that, Neza broke out of the seal and chased after Li Jing. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist Bantis were helpless against Yen Zhaoge and the others' obstruction. Under such circumstances, the Western Pure Lands didn't send a second wave of reinforcements. This was probably not only because they were afraid that the orthodox Taoist sects might also send reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge felt that it was more like the other side was really short on manpower, unable to sustain for a time, thus retreating. Remember the mobile URL. M. Chapter 1648. During the fight for the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism had won the battle and reversed the perilous situation after the Great Calamity. No matter if it was Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, or the others, they knew that this wasn't the time to relax. They could only be said to be on the same starting line as their opponents, no longer lagging far behind like before. However, it was still unknown who would be the first to reach the finishing line. If anything went wrong, all of their previous efforts would go down the drain. Now that the environment was more relaxed, it wasn't time for them to put their weapons away. Instead, they had to make use of this rare opportunity to accumulate as much strength as possible in order to face the upcoming, even more intense competition. "Everyone, you can return first," said Yan Zhaoge to Ing, Long Tu, Long Xingchuan, and the Tai cultivated deity. Long Xingchuan nodded. "Zhaoge, do as you please. I'll quickly inform the others about the abnormal situation in the Western Pure Lands. By then, someone will reinforce you. My disciple's situation is worrying, and I can't afford to relax yet. I can't leave for now," the Tai cultivated deity said. "The two of us have been trapped for many years, and our understanding of the current situation is limited. It wouldn't be good for us to interfere. Hence, we can only hide for now. Thank you, little friend Yen. You're too polite, cultivated deity." After saying that, Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to everyone and entered the void. As for Ing Long Tu, Long Xingchuan, and the others, they returned to Zhu Luo's royal Reed Heaven Crimson Brightness and Yang Heaven's Taoism territories. After parting ways with the others, Yan Zhaoge walked alone within the void and pondered. Of course, he couldn't just walk straight to the Western Pure Lands and ask the various Buddhas, "What's everyone busy with recently?" without mentioning whether they would tell him. If he dared to go, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other bigwigs of Buddhism would be more than happy to keep him in the Western Pure Lands forever. Currently, he hadn't heard any news of the Orthodox Buddhism plotting anything. The other party had concealed the news very well. If Yan Zhaoge wanted to find out more information, he would have to think about it. However, there were still clues to be found. The Western Pure Lands had invested a lot of manpower. With such a large-scale movement, it would be hard for them to not leave any traces behind. Perhaps it was because he hadn't noticed any clues earlier that he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now that he had discovered the problem, he had the heart to look for it. What he had been careless about previously was no longer ordinary. Yan Zhaoge first contacted the incongruence Divine Mother. Previously, after she recovered from her injuries and established the Crimson Light, and Yang Heaven, the goddess of Wudong, replaced Fairy Yunxiao to control the immortal vanquishing array. She had been compatible with the void all year round and did not appear in the world. To a certain extent, she was also monitoring the movements of the other forces. With the immortal cultivation, the immortal divine immortal Tao, the spirit, the immortal Xing divine formation. Of course, she and the immortal execution formation were the people that the other sects paid the most attention to. After all, they weren't staring at each other face to face. It was hard for the incongruence Divine Mother to come to a direct conclusion. However, Yan Zhaoge could obtain a lot of first-hand information from her, which was already very valuable. Yan Zhaoge continued forward and approached the universe domain where the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were clashing. He did not continue to go closer. The fight over there had little to do with him. Tian Heaven, to the Yen to Tian, Yen sect. Yen to he, only if he to Tao, he it he to he. Tao, they, and Tao and all. The immortal extermination formation posed the same threat to the other factions. However, the two heretics couldn't bear the consequences. As a result, the immortal extermination formation posed the greatest threat to them. After a long time, the void trembled slightly. Rays of clear sword lights formed a world and enveloped Yen Zhaoga. Within this world, the incongruence divine mother's voice resounded. Zhaoga, why did you come here? I'm here to discuss something with you. Divine mother, answered Yen Zhaoga. Where did the joy come from? And where did the sorrow come from? Asked the incongruence divine mother. Yen Zhaoga told her about the good news. Our two jade clear senior bigwigs, the Tai cultivated deity, and the three altars oceanic group divinity, have returned. Only the three altars oceanic group divinity's situation is still a little inconvenient. During the ancient era, the incongruence divine mother wasn't on good terms with the jade clear lineage. She agreed with Yen Zhaoga. That's right. It's worth celebrating. Other than that, there's another matter. Yen Zhaoga told her about his suspicions regarding the Western Pure Lands. I wonder if Divine Mother has noticed any abnormal movements regarding the Orthodox Buddhism. The incongruence divine Mother didn't answer immediately. Instead, she pondered for a while before saying, perhaps there's something worth paying attention to. Shang Na and Xiu had entered the Western Pure Lands twice, and the time gap between them was extremely short. She said slowly, I heard you mentioning that the Western Pure Lands might be plotting something. Now that I think about it, this matter might not be normal. Yen Zhaoga raised his head slightly. Shang Na and the Exalt Xiu? Shang Na and the Exalt Xiu were one of the 500 arhats of the central blessed lands of Saha during the Middle Era. They were proficient in Buddhism and possessed extraordinary strength. However, in terms of cultivation, it wasn't enough for the incongruence divine mother to pay so much attention to them. The reason why she specifically mentioned them now was because of something else. Yen Zhaoga naturally thought of the other label on Shang Na and the Exalt Xiu. Ananda's disciple. During the Middle Era, the Gautama Buddha stood in the central blessed lands of Saha. Among his many personal disciples, two of them were extremely famous, Mahakassapa and Ananda. From Shang Na and the Exalt Xiu, Yen Zhaoga naturally thought of Ananda. He believed that the incongruence divine mother had the same thought as well. No matter if it was Kassapa or Ananda, both of them perished during the end of the Middle Era. During the beginning of the modern era, the Maitreya Buddha caused a huge change in the central blessed lands of Saha. However, just like how Yen Zhaoga easily thought of Ananda from Shang Na and the Exalt Xiu, Ananda could also easily think of the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha. Gautama Buddha, or should I say, Taoist ancestor Zhuan-Ti. Did he leave anything behind? Yen Zhaoga frowned. I didn't hear anything about it, except, he paused for a moment. Unlike the three clear Grand Masters who left behind treasures like the 6 Soul Banner, Green Duckweed Sword, and Triratna Jade Scepter, the similarly transcended Taoist Zhuan-Ti didn't seem to have left behind any treasures. Not only did he not leave behind any treasures after transcending as the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha, none of the treasures that shook the world during the ancient era were left behind. If there were things like the 7 treasures wondrous tree or the 6 purified bamboo, Yen Zhaoga believed that the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Guanyin Bodhisattva wouldn't have missed it. They wouldn't have waited so many years to search for it. If there were any exceptions, it would be the Buddha's sariras that attracted Mahamayuri's attention. Yen Zhaoga's voice paused, and the incongruence divine mother's voice resounded again. Looks like you've thought of it as well. This is the most likely possibility. Chapter 1649. Similar to the incongruence divine mother, Yen Zhaoga had also thought of the Buddha's relic. The Western Pure Land's recent abnormal actions might be due to them searching for the relic. In reality, They had been searching for it all this while. To be precise, it wasn't just the orthodox Buddhism. Even the orthodox Taoism, the demon race, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the immortal court were doing their best to search for it. Even the 9 underworlds might not be an exception. Now, the Western Pure Lands seemed to have made a breakthrough, which was why they were gathering their manpower. This was something worthy of their manpower. Mahamiyuri's pursuit of the Buddha's relic was no longer a secret. His opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm might very well lie in the Buddha's relic left behind by the Gautama Buddha. During the ancient era, he was defeated by Taoist Zhuangdi and entered Buddhism. He cultivated the golden body with 24 heads and 18 arms, which was the standard Taoist Zhuangdi's lineage. Now that he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm, it was reasonable for him to involve the relic left behind by Taoist Zhuangdi. Although he didn't know if this was the only condition, or if there were any other requirements, it was undoubtedly what he desired the most. In Yan Zhaoga's words, this had created the strongest mercenary. No matter if he didn't care about the conflict, or if he wanted to wait for the right price, Mahamiyuri's actions during this era were all because of the Buddha's relic. On the other hand, the 2 attacks of this top great expert at the peak of the golden immortal realm could be said to be world-shocking. During the first time, he single-handedly defeated the numerous demon race great sages and small saints, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. He single-handedly reversed the immortal court's perilous situation, directly changing the outcome of the war. During the second time, a huge change occurred in the Orthodox Taoism's battle for the immortal extermination formation, which nearly caused them to fail. With the Jade Emperor's disappearance and the great sage equaling Heaven's unique situation, Mahamiyuri was practically the strongest overarching heavenly immortal, especially since his 5-colored divine radiance was extremely tyrannical, and there was nothing it couldn't destroy against opponents weaker than him. Even if they were also grand heavenly immortals, he would be able to suppress them. As such, he posed a huge threat to others. For the current orthodox Taoism, Mahamiyuri was extremely terrifying. 100 years ago, during the immortal extermination formation, Yan Zhaoga relied on the great sage equaling Heavens to manifest his true body and return to his peak state to block Mahamiyuri. However, that was not the real great sage equal to Heaven, Sun Wukong. The duration was limited. If he could not defeat Mahamiyuri within a certain period of time, Mahamiyuri would naturally emerge as the victor when the time was up. Furthermore, after that battle, the 3 golden bodies of the great sage were still unable to fuse together. They needed a long time to recuperate. Even if he could fuse them again, who knew how long it would be before he could refine the earthly essence stone again? It could be said that Mahamiyuri would be a huge threat to the orthodox Taoism for a long time to come. During this period of time, if the old peacock wanted to make things difficult for Yan Zhaoga and the others, the great sage equaling Heavens wouldn't be able to stop him again. Of course, the immortal extermination array could be used, but the problem was that it was the capital of the orthodox Tao sects to balance the few Tao ancestors. The greatest significance of its existence was to a large extent, control the enemies that the Tao sect was facing at the moment to be below the Tao realm. Apart from that, before the great sage equaling Heaven could return to his peak, Yang Jian would most likely have to face Mahamiyuri head-on. If he couldn't withstand it, there was nothing more to say. However, even if he could, Taoism's current pinnacle figures would be distracted. By then, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others would inevitably unleash their might. Beneath the Tao realm, the old peacock was undoubtedly the orthodox Taoism's greatest threat. In fact, it was an actual threat. Fortunately, regardless of whether Kong Xian was someone with principles or someone with high status, he wouldn't make a move if there wasn't a sufficient price like the Sakya Saraira. No matter if it was the battle between the two heretics, the battle between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands, or even the battle between the Orthodox Taoism and the Nine Underworlds, he wouldn't interfere in any of them. Even during the battle for the immortal extermination array, where he was defeated by the great sage equaling heavens, he didn't have the intention to regain his reputation. A Sakya Saraira in exchange for him to make a move. He wouldn't go easy on his opponent, but he wouldn't be responsible for the outcome. As such, from a certain perspective, not only did he pose a threat to the Orthodox Taoism, but he also posed a threat to the other forces, including the Western Pure Lands where Kong Xian had been residing. However, it was clear that he wanted something. While he was using his own strength as a bargaining chip to seek for gains, he was also easily restricted by others. Thus, he did not attract the Tao ancestors to attack him. As the number of Buddha's relics in his hands increased, Mahamayuri's situation gradually became more and more difficult because everyone had to start considering how to restrain him. However, as the strongest person below the Tao realm, Mahamayuri had the capital to play games with the help of the disputes between the other forces. The final result would depend on the means of all parties. It's a pity that the Xuandu great Taoist isn't clear on how many Shakyamuni Sarairas there are. At the same time, he isn't sure how many Mahamayuri needs, or whether he must collect all of them. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Otherwise, we could have done more. The incongruence Divine Mother said, although I don't know who else has a Saraira in their hands, even if they do, they will start to be cautious when dealing with fellow Taoist Kong Xian. They won't easily give him a Saraira anymore. However, if we can find one, it'll be a huge bargaining chip, just like the immortal extermination formation in our hands. Yen Zhaoge smiled. From a certain perspective, it wasn't too much to say that Kong Xian was a mini version of the immortal extermination formation. He couldn't go against a Tao ancestor. However, to existences beneath the Tao realm, his deterrence was already very close to a Tao realm bigwig. The fact that he was feared and fought over by the various Tao ancestors meant that he was equivalent to a pseudo-Tao ancestor in a situation where the Tao ancestors kept each other in check. The Western Pure Lands most likely have another Shakyamuni Saraira's clue, said Yen Zhaoge. It might originate from Shangna, the Exalt Xiao, and the Exalt Ananda. In the past, the central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change, and the Exalt Ananda perished. However, the situation back then was complicated and chaotic. Moreover, eras were changing, and some things might have been buried in the dust of history. The Buddhists never stopped searching for it. After so many years, it seemed like they had some new gains. If Mahamayuri learns of this, things will get interesting. Yen Zhaoge thought without any ill intentions. Regarding the Jade Clear's Wuji apricot yellow flag. Do you have any information about it? Asked the incongruence Divine Mother. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. Taoist Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor have been searching for it for the past few years. However, there hasn't been any progress. Chapter 1650. The Wuji apricot yellow flag could block Mahamayuri's attack. However, it could only passively protect one side. Mahamayuri still had the upper hand. However, this treasure was still extremely important to the Orthodox Taoism. After all, even without the great sage equaling heavens, they still had Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, Feng Yinsheng, and the others. All these years, Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs had been searching for this treasure. Feng Yinsheng, the North Star Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs had been searching for it. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything yet. I'm in charge of the immortal extermination formation and can't be distracted. I can only entrust the Western Pure Lands matters to you. The incongruence Divine Mother said, if the Amitabha Buddha makes a move, I'll try to deal with it. Yen Zhaoge nodded. This is the most important matter. Thank you, Divine Mother. Right, when you're trying to interfere with the Shakyamuni's matters, you have to be wary of the other party's ulterior motives, said the incongruous Divine Mother. I understand. Thank you, Divine Mother, for your reminder. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the fading green sword light. During the battle 100 years ago, when they fought for the immortal extermination formation, Yen Zhaoge and the Taoism's people acted as if they were lying. While they had already obtained the 6 soul banner from the Tushita Palace, they still acted as if they were looking for the 6 soul banner to conceal their intentions of seizing the immortal extermination formation. In the end, Yun Shao fairy sacrificed the 6 soul banner and obstructed the Tao ancestors for an instant, allowing Yen Zhaoge and the others to escape after obtaining the immortal extermination formation. In the end, the immortal extermination formation fell under Taoism's control, allowing them to single-handedly turn the situation around since the Great Calamity. If the orthodox Taoism could do such a thing, other forces like the Western Pure Lands could naturally do it too. Investigating the opponent's true intentions and concealing one's own was an important aspect of the game. Because of Shang Na and the Exalt Xiao, Yen Zhaoge and the others thought of Lord Ananda, the Shakyamuni, and the Mahamuni. However, this might be a smokescreen released by the Western Pure Lands to mislead Yen Zhaoge, Taoism, or the demon race, and the 9 underworlds. Under the disguise, the orthodox Taoism true intentions might be something else. Yen Zhaoge even suspected that this might be a trap laid down by the Western Pure Lands, waiting for someone to step into it. Should I think of a way to leak the news to Mahamiyuri? Yen Zhaoge pondered. If the news was leaked to Mahamiyuri, it would be convenient to verify the authenticity of this matter. At the same time, it would also give the Western Pure Lands a huge headache. However, it was not without its disadvantages. As long as the state of Tao did not appear, Mahamiyuri's strength was undeniable. If there really was a Buddha's Saraira, it was very likely that it would fall into his hands. The number of Buddha's relics in Mahamiyuri's hands gradually increased, which meant that he was getting closer to the Tao realm. They were still unsure of the specific conditions for Mahamiyuri to break through to the Tao realm. However, not only were Dipankara ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya unwilling to see such a competitor, the great Taoist Master Xiandu and the Orthodox Tao sect were also unwilling to see him. As Yen Zhaoge pondered, his sleeve suddenly moved. A small head with dark circles under its eyes popped out from the cuffs. Have you slept enough? Yen Zhaoge asked casually. The one lying within his sleeve was naturally Pan Pan. Previously, after manifesting the golden body of the great sage and wielding the Ru-I golden cudgel, he had been sleeping soundly as usual. However, just like how Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone and Xue Fei were deeply affected by the golden body of the great sage, Pan Pan had also been affected by it. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a great demon that had ascended to the great void small saint's position. After manifesting the golden body of the great sage, she was still sleeping soundly. In the past, it could be said that she had consumed too much energy and had no choice but to rest. Now, even if she had to rest, there was no need to do so. Instead, it was more of a habit of hers. I've slept enough, answered Pan Pan softly. Then she immediately said, But I'm hungry. Yen Zhaoge pulled her out from his sleeve and placed her in front of him. He stared at her with an annoyed expression. As the saying goes, eat and sleep long, eat and sleep long. If you continue to be so gluttonous, you'll grow fatter and fatter. Pan Pan blinked her eyes and raised her front paws to cover her face. I don't want to get fatter. I won't be pretty if I get fatter. Yen Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you know. But I'm still hungry. Pan Pan looked pitiful and asked a little mischievously, Can I eat delicious food and not get fatter at the same time? You're dreaming. Yen Zhaoge felt annoyed and amused at the same time. How can there be such a good thing as taking all the benefits in the world? Oh, you stop teasing her. A voice resounded by the side. Within the dark void, the silhouette of a human figure silently appeared without any signs. After the silhouette became clear, Feng Yunxing's figure appeared. Oh, you don't spoil her too much. Yen Zhaoge grinned. When Pan Pan saw Feng Yunxing, he immediately extended his front paws and hugged her. Then his hind legs pushed against Yen Zhaoge's palms, and he flew towards Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing smiled and caught Pan Pan. Then she looked at Yen Zhaoge. Don't you think that the Pixiu would be cuter if he were fatter and rounder? Of course, Yen Zhaoge felt the same way. He had only been joking with Pan Pan earlier. Now that he heard Feng Yunxing's words, he smiled. You're going to spoil her rotten? How could that be? As Feng Yunxing hugged Pan Pan, she took out a small pouch. Seeing that small pouch, Pan Pan immediately cheered. He waved his paws and directly stuck his head inside. Feng Yunxing touched the black and white fur and turned to look at Yen Zhaoge. I've heard about the situation from Han Long. How's the situation now? It might be related to the Buddha's Saraira, Yen Zhaoge answered. However, I still need to confirm it. What do you plan to do? Asked Feng Yunxing. Yen Zhaoge stroked his chin. I think I should try to leak the news to Mahame Yuri and see his reaction. Also, I'd like to see the Western Pure Land's reaction. We don't have a direct channel to contact Mahame Yuri, said Feng Yunxing. Mahame Yuri resided in the Western Pure Lands and almost never interacted with the outside world. Of course, he had the freedom to travel freely. However, from a certain perspective, this was the result of him coming to an agreement with the Western Pure Lands. Or it could be said that he had a tacit agreement with the Amitabha Buddha. Although I'm not certain, various signs show that Mahame Yuri has at least 2 Buddhas Saraira. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, for the sake of obtaining more Buddhas Saraira, he should really be thinking of making a move. Let's not talk about others. His twin brother, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, should have a way to contact him. However, it's inconvenient for us to look for him. Yen Zhaoge snapped his fingers. However, I think that we might be able to think of a way through others. Chapter 1651. Who are you looking for? Feng Yunxing asked. Are you looking for Gao Han? Yen Zhaoge smiled and nodded. That's him. Although he wasn't sure if it was Gao Han's personal actions or the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's, Gao Han had long been in contact with the Western Pure Lands. In the past, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing had both discovered this. He might not be of much use, but it shouldn't be difficult for him to send a message, said Yen Zhaoge. This is equivalent to giving trouble to the Western Pure Lands. If Gao Han really has some relations with the Western Pure Lands, it would be equivalent to destroying his previous efforts. He might not be willing to do so, said Feng Yunxing. Yen Zhaoge spread his hands and smiled. If that's the case, we can test out which side this exalted solar luminary is leaning towards. During the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, and the others had undoubtedly stood on the Taoism side, working together with the 3 clear Taoists. However, this didn't mean that Gao Han had no other plans. We have to inform Taoist Southern Extremity, said Feng Yunxing. Yen Zhaoge nodded. Of course. It wasn't easy to communicate within the void's boundless outskirts. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing weren't in a hurry. They slowly arrived at the universe near the Western Pure Lands. Of course, the two didn't get too close. In fact, they even wanted to separate themselves by a few more layers of void. Fortunately, the two were proficient in concealment. Otherwise, even if they wanted to control their distance, the Western Pure Lands Dipankara Ancient Buddha Guanyin Bodhisattva, and other top-notch Buddhism bigwigs would definitely sense them. The two waited patiently, secretly paying attention to any unique individuals entering or leaving the Western Pure Lands. After waiting for a while, Yan Zhaoga's heart jolted. Gao Han sent a letter. He's nearby. Feng Yunsheng nodded and left with Yan Zhaoga. After walking for a while, the two of them stopped in another universe. Within the void, the darkness emitting faint blue radiance was squirming. Then, a white-clothed man gradually appeared. It was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. He cultivated the supreme arts of the great sun and Ketu reverse moon lineage at the same time, which allowed him to create the boundless gloomy darkness before the heavens were opened. His stealthiness and concealment skills weren't inferior to the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua of the same realm. Hidden luminary Ketu was not as ferocious as the Rahu luminary, but it was more tranquil and hidden. In terms of martial intent, the Rahu luminary was better at attacking, while hidden luminary Ketu was better at defending. Of course, Gao Han's attack was similarly sharp. The great sun technique was grand and majestic, firm and fierce. It was a top-level technique under the heavens. How have you been? Gao Han smiled and cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng. You're too polite, exalted solar luminary. Yan Zhaoga smiled. As well, I'm sure you already know what happened. Do you have any ideas? Gao Han's expression was as usual. If it really is the Buddha's relic, then this round is worth us interfering. I will do my best. Yan Zhaoga said, the Western Pure Lands would definitely prevent Mahamayuri from receiving any news. That's right. That's why we have to pay a hefty price. However, if we succeed, it's worth it. Gao Han said, let me think of something first. Why don't you head over there? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor is here as well. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng raised their brows slightly. Oh, in the past, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had given up a sea calming pearl because of the three treasures jade scepter. He didn't reopen his cave manor, like Suo Mingzhong, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Cloud Sky Fairy. However, according to what Yan Zhaoga knew, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had instructed Gao Han and Ling Qing to open up new lands and nurture new disciples. As for himself, he had been roaming the void's boundless outskirts in search of the three clear Taoists that might still be alive, as well as various treasures that had gone missing in the past. Recently, he had been searching for the Yellow Earth apricot flag with Yang Jian and the others. Now that he had rushed over after receiving the news, was it because of the Buddha's Saraira, or was it because Yan Zhaoga had brought the matter of Gao Han's relationship with Buddhism to the surface? Yan Zhaoga pondered in his heart. However, his expression didn't change. He nodded. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor is here as well? No matter what the Western Pure Lands are plotting, we're more prepared than them. My husband and I will go meet the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. We'll have to trouble the exalted solar luminary with regards to this matter. After saying that, Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands and bade farewell to Gao Han. Then, he and Feng Yunsheng walked towards the distance. After walking for a while, Feng Yunsheng's gaze shifted. Over there! There, the void seemed to be silent. However, Yan Zhaoga could vaguely feel the thunder radiance's vibrations. As expected, after getting closer, a formless curtain seemed to have appeared in front of him. As he stepped through, the thunder radiance revealed its true form. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, it's been a long time. Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands. Feng Yunsheng nodded and said, Taoist Southern Extremity, how have you been? An old man wearing a crown and Taoist robes appeared on a lightning chariot. He was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. He alighted from the lightning chariot and nodded to return the greeting. You look even more elegant than before. His voice was akin to the nine heavens' thunder punishment, which was capable of cleansing the world's sins. At the same time, it was as gentle as the gentle breeze and drizzle, the two contradictory feelings intertwined, forming a unique charm. You're overpraising me, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Yen Zhaoge asked. Based on the previous information, the Yellow Earth apricot flag's whereabouts are still unknown. How's the situation now? Currently, we still haven't found anything, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. Compared to that illusory place, this place is much more eye-catching. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng nodded silently. Little friend Yen, congratulations on condensing the essence of divinity, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. After the great calamity, after Taoist Suo and Taoist Feng, you and your father are the closest to the grand heavenly realm. Yen Zhaoge said, You're being too polite, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The closer we get to the Tao realm, the harder it gets. We're only slowly searching for it. Due to luck and luck, I'm merely lucky. You're overpraising me, Taoist Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, said Feng Yunsheng. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor shook his head. You're being too humble. He looked at Yen Zhaoge and asked, How's your father doing now? My father is currently cultivating in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, and he's trying to figure out his own martial Tao, answered Yen Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor nodded slightly. I'm glad that little friend Qingtang has such a descendant. Have you met Senior Tai before coming here, Your Majesty? Asked Yen Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was the personal disciple of the Jade-Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord's Grand Master. Like the Tai cultivated deity, they were of the same lineage. I haven't met him yet. After this matter is settled, I'll meet up with junior apprentice brother Tai. I've already heard about Neza's matter. Junior apprentice brother Tai should be busy right now, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said. However, the master and disciple are still alive. The few chatted while waiting for Gao Han's news. Gao Han's movements were swift. After a while, he returned to meet up with Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Chapter 1652. If nothing goes wrong, it should be a success, said Gao Han after meeting them. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor nodded. Let's wait for a while. Then, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng naturally agreed. Even if they managed to leak the information to Mahamiyuri might not do anything immediately. He would most likely keep an eye out for the Western Pure Lands to search for the Buddha's Saraira. When there were definite clues, the Orthodox Buddhists would search for the Saraira. Only then would Mahamiyuri make his move. At the same time, it would also be time for Yen Zhaoge and the others to make their move. It was fine if they failed to leak the information to Mahamiyuri. Only Yen Zhaoge and the others would have to take a greater risk. The group chatted with each other as they waited patiently, compared to the Western Pure Lands. Yen Zhaoge was paying more attention to the two in front of him. Although he wasn't like the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who could be considered half a disciple of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han had always been following the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor closely. How much did the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor know about his secret relationship with the Orthodox Buddhism? Or was all of this the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's intention? If it was the latter, it would be even more thought-provoking. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a terrible relationship with the immortal court heretics. Long before the world beyond worlds was established, he had been in constant conflict with the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost the Triratna scepter. The Western Pure Lands had always been supporting the immortal court in the dark, and both sides fought against the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race. Of course, it wasn't inconceivable for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor to have a good relationship with the Western Pure Lands and become enemies with the immortal court. The Western Pure Lands helped the immortal court while contacting the Orthodox Taoism successors who were opposing the immortal court. There wasn't any conflict between them. The Orthodox Buddhism and the immortal court were allies, and they cooperated with each other on many matters. However, they belonged to two different factions, and each had their own plans. However, Yan Zhaoge was very interested in the various hidden schemes. Now that Taoism had been revived, its overall situation had improved greatly. The various experts who had survived the Great Calamity and lived in seclusion had all reappeared. Moreover, the rising stars after the Great Calamity had also risen. While the orthodox Taoism's strength had greatly improved, the few heavenly immortals who supported Taoism seemed to have a lower profile. Because of the immortal extermination formation, the incongruence Divine Mother's situation was special. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor were no longer as eye-catching as before. When the outside world mentioned the figures of the Tao sect that were worth paying attention to, they mostly talked about Yang Jian, who was leading the group, the great Taoist Master Xiandu, who was breaking through to the Tao realm, the goddess Wudong and fairy Yin Shao, who were taking turns to control the immortal vanquishing array, and Suo Mingzhang and Feng Yunsheng, who had surpassed their predecessors and improved by leaps and bounds. They even talked about Yan Zhaoge, who was already publicly acknowledged as the young heavenly lord. The return of perfected Tai, and Neza also attracted a lot of attention. However, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor were not as eye-catching as before. It was naturally an exaggeration to say that the new waves of the Yangtze River would replace the old waves, and the old waves would die on the beach, but it did give people a faint feeling that they were past their prime. However, Yan Zhaoge had actually always been paying attention to them. In fact, compared to the North Star Emperor, who had a different ideology and a hostile relationship with him, Yan Zhaoge paid more attention to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, who seemed to be on the same side as him. There were all sorts of clues, as well as his own intuition. While Yan Zhaoge's expression remained the same, he was actually secretly paying attention to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Time quickly passed. Suddenly, the few who were conversing suddenly turned silent. The thunder radiance around the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor instantly dimmed, turning into darkness. His entire being seemed to be enveloped by the night sky. Yan Zhaoge and the others similarly concealed their aura and traces, as if they had vanished into thin air within the pitch-black void. Very quickly, in a faraway land within the Western Pure Lands, green lotuses could be vaguely seen flying out and drifting far away. "Let's split up," suggested Yan Zhaoge. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han nodded in agreement. This was to prevent any traps from occurring. Due to the Western Pure Lands' lack of manpower during their search for Neza and the Tai cultivated Tai, Yan Zhaoge and the others suspected that they had other plans. After the Samanabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist Bantis returned to the Western Pure Lands and met up with the other Buddha bigwigs, they might have realized that their actions might attract the suspicion of Taoism. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge had even contacted Gao Han, which might have alerted the Buddhists as well. Even if they didn't notice Yan Zhaoge and the others spying on them, the Western Pure Lands would most likely create an illusion to conceal their true intentions. As such, Yan Zhaoge and the others split into two groups. He and Feng Yunsheng would take one group while the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han would take the other. On one side, they would follow the Buddhists who had left the Western Pure Lands. On the other side, they would continue to observe if the Buddhists had any other plans. "Since you're suspicious of them, why don't we split up and watch over both sides?" asked Feng Yunxing after seeing the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gao Han leave with the green lotuses. "Don't worry. Even if something happens, it won't happen today," said Yen Zhaoge. "After all, the Western Pure Lands are powerful, and Mahamayuri isn't someone to be trifled with. If we want to extract the teeth from the tiger's mouth, we'll need to cooperate with them. If we discover anything here, I'll immediately inform the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others. Let's wait until we have a chance to succeed." Upon hearing this, Feng Yunxing nodded. "Let's see what the Western Pure Lands are planning." At this moment, in the peaceful and joyful Pure Land of Buddhism, the ancient Dipankara Buddha lived in his own Buddhist kingdom and was sitting on a huge lotus platform. Other Buddhist bigwig experts sat around the lotus throne. Everyone's gazes converged at the center of the lotus, where a kasaya was floating in midair. The kasaya was burning, and only half of it was left. The flames were still slowly devouring the remaining pieces of cloth. Due to an accident in the great Wilderness Origin Palace, not only did the red Inferno Dvajra Buddha perish, the three clear lineage might have seen through us. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said slowly, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the bowstring. It has to be released." In front of him, the indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "The Bodhisattva and the others have already set off. However, I wonder if they're able to divert their attention. As such, you guys have to be careful." While looking at the burning kasaya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "My avatar can't leave this place. I have to stay here to maintain the ritual. I'll have to depend on you guys." Around him, a portion of the Buddhist bandis placed their palms together. "We'll have to depend on you guys." The indestructible Vajra Buddha and another portion of the Buddhist bandis returned the greeting, "It's all part of our responsibilities. Without you guys maintaining the ritual, how are we supposed to proceed?" Chapter 1653. Before the indestructible Vajra Buddha left, he looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After a slight pause, he said, "You need to be wary of Mahamayuri. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian has more and more relics in his hands, and he's becoming more and more restless." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "When he has the intention, many actions might not be able to hide from him. We can only try our best." The ancient Buddha's expression was calm. "Everyone, please be careful. If fellow Taoist Kong really wants to participate, then we'll proceed with the second plan." "I understand." The Vajra indestructible Buddha nodded and left the pure land of the ancient Dipankara Buddha with the other Buddhist venerables. He transformed into a green lotus and went far away. On the other side of the Buddhist land, Mahamayuri, who was glowing with a five-colored brilliance, was expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. But his line of sight, intentionally or unintentionally, was looking at the departing figures of the invincible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist venerables who had transformed into green lotuses. "Looks like it's true." Although Mahamayuri's body did not move, he muttered to himself softly. His face revealed a contemplative look, and his gaze did not return for a long time. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, who were quietly guarding from afar, noticed a few more green lotuses floating out from the Western Pure Lands. "There is indeed a trap." Feng Yunxing's eyes flashed. Yen Zhaoge nodded. They could also be aiming for some other target. It is still hard to say for sure now. From Gao Han's words, he should have already contacted Mahamayuri. However, Mahamayuri still hasn't made a move. Feng Yunxing stared at the Western Pure Lands. Yen Zhaoge said, "He's really patient. He's probably waiting for us to inform him of his exact location. If I move too much, I might be discovered by the Western Pure Lands. Feng Yunsheng looked at the gradually disappearing invincible Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist venerables. Should we continue to split up? It's hard to predict if the other party has a third batch of troops. It's not impossible, but it's quite low. Yen Zhaoga said, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the others have already returned for a period of time. Yet the Western Pure Lands only made their move after such a long time. This meant that it wasn't easy for them to search for the Sakya Saraira. They would need a lot of manpower. Moreover, they might need to maintain that secret art, which would require a lot of manpower. It's also not easy to keep an eye on Mahamayuri, and we need to divert some of their attention. Yen Zhaoga glanced at the Western Pure Lands and said, let's follow them. At the same time, inform the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Gao Han, and the others. The two of them set off together, following the green lotuses from afar. Both of them were good at hiding their tracks, but they didn't dare to follow too closely in order to avoid the possibility of being discovered. After receiving Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng's message, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han didn't let their guard down. Instead, they continued observing the first batch of Buddhist Bantis that left the Western Pure Lands. This was to prevent the other party from turning the fake into the real, and the real into the fake, turning the fake into the real, and the real into the fake. Only when one side had concrete clues would it be the time for them to unite and truly exert their strength. After walking for a while, Feng Yunsheng frowned slightly. Something doesn't seem right. It seems to be the aura of the demon race. Yen Zhaoga also noticed the problem. The opposite of being good at hiding themselves was that both of them had outstanding perception abilities. Mahamayuri couldn't possibly inform the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles about this, right? Asked Feng Yunsheng. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han have no reason to do so. Yen Zhaoga stroked his chin. In the past, Ananda perished because of the Maitreya Buddha. Now that the Western Pure Lands, Shangna, and the Exalt of Xiu are making their moves, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might be alerted as well. In fact, the blessed lands of the White Lotus might have made some gains before the Western Pure Lands managed to make such progress. After guessing for a while, Yen Zhaoga laughed. At this point, everyone is already paying attention to each other. It's getting harder and harder for them to make any secret moves. All sorts of harvests would have to be fought over. This seems to prove from another angle that the second batch of people from the Western Pure Lands is the correct target, said Feng Yunsheng. Yeah, we can inform the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others now. Yen Zhaoga nodded. After receiving Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng's communication, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Gao Han gave up on following their previous targets and came to meet up with them. At the same time, Gao Han also tried to contact Mahamayuri secretly. Within the Western Pure Lands, within Mahamayuri's Buddhist kingdom, tranquil glazed radiance shone, and 5-colored divine radiances circulated. He sat on a green lotus and finally made a move. The green lotus flew up and carried Mahamayuri out of the Western Pure Lands. His actions were open and above board. No one obstructed him. Only the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva appeared once again. Are you trying to stop me, Taoist? Asked Mahamayuri plainly. That's not the case. I'm on the same path as Mahamayuri. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head and answered. Mahamayuri didn't mind. He only nodded. All right. The two Buddhas left. Within the Western Pure Lands, the Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at their departing silhouettes. His expression remained calm, and he remained silent. In the end, Mahamayuri was still alerted. beside the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the white Xiong paragon let out a sigh. It's fine. There are gains and losses. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "This is a price we have to pay for taking such a risk. Fortunately, we can make use of the situation to our advantage." The white Xiong paragon said, "This disciple will contact the Bodhisattva of Guanyin and the others. Go." The Dipankara ancient Buddha closed his eyes, while Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were waiting for their comrades to arrive. The green lotuses in front of them gradually slowed down. Everyone was slowly approaching a concealed stellar vortex. After being illuminated by the radiance of the Buddhist Bantis, the concealed stellar vortex was completely exposed. The stardust turned into countless streaks of light that scattered in all directions. At the center of the vortex, a wasteland slowly appeared. The barren yet thick land was currently hovering within the dark void. Ice had already formed on the surface of the soil, and it seemed to be dead silent. The indestructible Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist Bantis looked at the soil with different expressions. Some of the latecomers didn't feel anything. Most of them were curious and yearning. As for the indestructible Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist bigwigs, their gazes were filled with complex emotions. "Master, is this the place where Ananda Banti resided?" Someone beside the indestructible Vajrabuddha asked. "Yes and no." The indestructible Vajrabuddha said slowly, "This place used to be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha. At the beginning of the ancient era, during the great tribulation of Buddhism, this scene was created." For a moment, all the Buddhists present were silent. "I didn't expect this place to be preserved until now, even though it's already in a declining state." The indestructible Vajrabuddha shook his head. His expression returned to normal, and he walked into the ruins. Chapter 1654. The unbreakable Vajrabuddha and the others stepped into the ruins, and the ruins' scenery changed again. Rumbling stardust engulfed the surroundings once again, encircling the ruins once more. Moreover, compared to before, the stellar vortex that had reappeared in the void had expanded even further, becoming even vaster. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and frowned. From the looks of it, this place used to be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha. During the future Gautama's reformation of Buddhism, the blessed lands fell into chaos. However, it's still a fragment. After so many years, it's still so miraculous. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Now, we can be sure that the Western Pure Lands Buddhas weren't making a wild guess. Instead, they were aiming for something. There might really be a Buddha's Saraira here. Even if it's not a Buddha's Saraira, it must be a Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. "The current situation isn't beneficial to our surveillance," said Feng Yunsheng, "unless we enter as well and get closer." "We're not the only ones affected," Yan Zhaoge said. "It's the same problem for those great demons." Feng Yunsheng nodded and looked towards the faraway void. "They're moving." The two's gaze pierced through the void as if they were traversing through a vast distance. They had already reached a place where their vision couldn't reach. However, a scene still surfaced within their minds. Streams of ferocious demonic chi transformed into dark demonic winds, approaching the stellar whirlpool from another direction and gradually entering it. The stellar whirlpool was akin to a boundless ocean. While absorbing the demonic winds, it was still expanding outwards like a tidal wave, submerging the void one after another. Specks of starlight continued surging forward. They were already approaching Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who were initially observing from afar. "Something's wrong." Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and looked around. Starry specks of light filled his vision, and the area they covered was still expanding. With this, not only was it difficult to explore the stellar whirlpool's interior, but it was also much more difficult to monitor the stellar whirlpool's surroundings. The stellar whirlpool's area was too vast. Now that Feng Yunsheng was a grand heavenly exalt, space was no longer an obstacle to her. However, the surrounding universe was affected by the stellar whirlpool, which would interfere with her miraculousness to a certain extent. Under such circumstances, if a grand heavenly realm expert like her purposely concealed their tracks and entered the stellar whirlpool from another direction, it would be hard for her to discover them. Of course, on the other hand, it was even harder for others to discover the two of them now. I wonder if the Buddhist venerables who have entered the star vortex can take advantage of this and turn this place into their territory. In that case, if someone from the outside enters, they might notice, Feng Yunsheng said. It's not impossible, Yen Zhaoge pondered, and said, this place might very well be a part of the central blessed lands of Saha in the past. After the central blessed lands of Saha underwent a huge change, a portion of Buddhism's experts left and joined the Western Pure Lands. We can't guarantee that they wouldn't make use of this place. As the two conversed, they retreated slightly and did not immediately enter the vortex. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had also arrived. Although Gao Han had yet to arrive, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had already received his report. Fellow Taoist Kong Xian should have received the news. However, we are unable to confirm if he has already left the Western Pure Lands. It's most likely coming. Yen Zhaoge gazed at the stellar vortex. However, the situation before us is constantly changing. I'm afraid that things might not go as we wish. Fellow Taoists of the demon race, if there are any changes, please take a look for us first. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said calmly. Before he finished speaking, the stellar vortex in front of him started trembling intensely. Tiny and blurry light spots that resembled billions of millet grains suddenly condensed, forming a translucent screen of light. On the massive screen of light, many ruins seemed to have regained their vitality. Their illusory silhouettes gradually manifested their past appearances. Numerous pagodas were erected once again, appearing majestic. At the top of the pagodas, the Buddhist treasures and sariras shone brightly, enveloping the entire universe. At the center of the pagoda forest, a ray of golden radiance could be vaguely seen. Yen Zhaoge and the others' gazes turned cold. Feeling the concept contained within the golden and heavy Buddha light, they came to a realization. As expected, it's the Shakyamuni sariras. Layers of darkness expanded beside Feng Yunsheng, devouring the skies and devouring the sun. It extinguished all radiance and enveloped her body. The Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch was well-versed in all kinds of lightning arts in the world. At this moment, he had unleashed the grand void spatial thunder and the thunder of eternal night together, creating a world of complete darkness. It was similar to Feng Yunsheng's protective darkness. Yen Zhaoge was also proficient in the grand illusory spatial thunder and the thunder of eternal night. However, his current cultivation had yet to reach the grand heavenly realm. If he wanted to achieve the same effect as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, he still needed to complement other arts. The profundities of the Origin Heavenly Scripture and the Tai Fist were manifested at this moment. In fact, the Immortal Exterminating Sword Manual even had its own aura. The various supreme martial arts didn't appear chaotic or conflicted. Instead, they fused together, displaying their profundities. However, as the jade-green radiance flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes, he suddenly froze. He looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor beside him with a pensive look. His expression didn't change, and he concealed himself within the darkness as well. While the three of them retreated, they tried their best to conceal their presence, making it hard for the brightly illuminated stupa forest to detect them. However, the demon race cultivators who had already entered the pagoda forest had nowhere to hide. They were all exposed under the radiance of the Sarairas on top of the pagoda forest. The few greater demons didn't panic when they appeared, and they just roared in unison. Their roars transformed into material ripples that spread out in all directions, and they practically instantly swept down the numerous Buddhist pagodas in the surroundings like a typhoon. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis also appeared and chanted Buddha's name softly. The golden radiance that was hidden beneath the pagoda forest slowly floated up. Among the group of demons, a green lion and a white bull, one roared while the other let out a low cry. They broke through the glazed radiance and advanced forward. The former was the Chiosho immortal, while the latter was the great sage who pacifies heavens, the bull demon king. The experience of bending to Buddhism allowed them to move faster than the other great demons in the pagoda forest. However, the indestructible Vajra Buddha didn't panic. He raised his hand and threw out a small flag. The flag protected him and the Buddha's Sarairas together. In an instant, white chi hovered in the air and golden radiance shone brightly. The Chiosho immortal and the bull demon king's footsteps were obstructed. They shouted in unison, "Green lotus flag." Almost at the same time, the void trembled. 5 colors of scarlet, white, green, yellow, and black circulated, and a Buddha covered in glazed glass descended. It was the Mahamayuri. The Mahamayuri glanced at the Buddha's Sarairas expressionlessly. Then, his gaze fell upon the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. The group of great demons, as well as Yen Zhaoga and the others who were at the periphery, focused their attention elsewhere. There was the figure of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He had obviously come with the Mahamayuri. Chapter 1655. Seeing Mahamayuri appearing as they had expected, Yen Zhaoga and the others were naturally happy. But when he saw that Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had come with Mahamayuri, the situation was not so optimistic. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva would most likely stand on the side of the Western Pure Lands as a whole. He would not help Mahamayuri out of personal friendship. In that case, the two of them coming together was most likely because the Western Pure Lands didn't want to force the Buddha's Saraira to stay after Mahamayuri found out about it. Instead, they reached a certain degree of compromise or trade with Mahamayuri. The two of them were still on the same side. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha are still very decisive. Yen Zhaoga sighed, looking at the green lotus flag. Yen Zhaoga could even roughly guess the contents of their transaction. The Western Pure Lands decided to let Mahamayuri have this Sakya Saraira in exchange for Mahamayuri's assistance in dealing with the demon race experts that came looking for trouble, as well as Yen Zhaoga and the others that might appear. Whoever dared to show themselves would have to face the joint attack of Mahamayuri and the Western Pure Lands. The blue lotus flag was the basis of their confidence in reaching this deal. With this treasure flag, even the Vajra Buddha would have to guard the Sakyamuni Saraira, and Mahamayuri would have to stop. However, Mahamayuri's strength could also trap indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others, and the Saraira here unable to leave. At that time, other than Amitabha Buddha intervening, the Buddhist venerables had no other way. After all, the green lotus flag could only defend. Neither side could do anything to the other and could only remain in a stalemate. Neither the Western Pure Lands nor Mahamayuri was happy to see such an outcome. Thus, they simply took a step back and reached a temporary deal, each taking what they needed. After Mahamayuri obtained the Buddha's Saraira, the Western Pure Lands took the opportunity to eliminate the experts of the demon race and Taoism weakening their opponents. Now that Yen Zhaoge and the others had concealed their tracks and didn't show themselves immediately, the group of great demons had suffered a calamity. They had to face Mahamayuri, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the unbreakable Vajrabuddha. Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor looked at each other. The current situation was equivalent to them tricking the demons. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or the Western Pure Lands themselves, they didn't intend to involve Mahamayuri in this matter. Now that Mahamayuri was lured over by Yen Zhaoge, Gao Han, and the others, the Western Pure Lands made a prompt decision. While the outcome wasn't ideal, it was still acceptable. Taoism's Yen Zhaoge and the others had yet to show themselves. They were still observing the situation, searching for a way to catch the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Only the demon race, whose original plan was to compete with the Vajrabuddha and the other Buddhist venerables, ran head-on into Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. At this moment, immortal Qiu Shou, Bull Demon King, and the other demons looked at the invincible Vajrabuddha and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva with resentment and confusion. They found it hard to understand. Everyone was obviously looking for the Buddha's Saraira in private to drive Mahamayuri. So why did these bald thieves think of attracting Mahamayuri? Despite their resentment and confusion, in front of them, Mahamayuri calmly walked closer and closer. "Let's go, or else we won't be able to leave," Bull Demon King said, shaking his head. Immortal Qiu Shou and the others could only retreat. However, Mahamayuri's deal with the Western Pure Lands wasn't just to defend against the enemies. Instead, it was to make all the great demons stay here. As such, even if the demons wanted to retreat, Mahamayuri continued moving forward. Of course, the corner of his eyes was also staring at the invincible Vajrabuddha and the Buddha's Saraira. Although the invincible Vajrabuddha and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's integrity were much stronger than the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Kong Xian still had to be on his guard. Fortunately, the invincible Vajrabuddha's integrity was much stronger. He quietly waited on the spot and didn't plan on escaping. Meanwhile, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables moved forward, wanting to assist Mahamayuri in making the Bull Demon King, Immortal Qiu Shou, and the other great demons stay. The demons were both shocked and furious. However, they couldn't withstand the might of Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. They could only try their best to escape. The demon race didn't send too many people this time. Once Mahamayuri joined the battle, the situation became completely one-sided. Yen Zhaoge sent a sound transmission to Feng Yunsheng and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Even if the demon race didn't talk about Mahamayuri's arrival, they should have thought about the green lotus flag, right? Feng Yunsheng frowned and said, even without Mahamayuri, if they couldn't destroy the green lotus flag, how are they going to fight for the Buddha's Saraira against the Western Pure Lands? If they couldn't destroy the green lotus flag, the situation would most likely be in a stalemate. Yen Zhaoge and the others dared to come, because Feng Yunsheng's shifting abyss chaotic extinguishing technique had improved in the past 100 years. Although they weren't confident in destroying the green lotus flag, they still had a chance to try. Among the great demons present, there were many experts. However, Yen Zhaoge couldn't tell who had the confidence to destroy the green lotus flag. The myriad of Daos all have their own counter. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, the green lotus flag, or the yin-yang apricot yellow flag, isn't completely unbreakable. Yen Zhaoge's gaze flickered. You're talking about the 9 underworlds? Before he finished his sentence, a crack suddenly appeared in the void far away. From the crack, gloomy darkness overflowed and permeated the void. The originally pitch-black void was tainted by the darkness, causing it to lose all its luster. In fact, it even gave off the feeling of being greasy. a black fog appeared from the darkness and continuously expanded, devouring the surrounding void. Within the black fog, blood-colored lightning could be seen jumping around. It was obvious that the 9 underworld's great devils had descended, if not for the Buddhists and demon races' top-notch bigwigs gathering here. Just the great devils alone would be sufficient to turn the entire universe into a devilish domain. The seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss contained the green lotus flag, the yin-yang apricot, yellow flag, the white cloud boundary flag, and the floating flame flag, resulting in a counter-effect, said the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The demon race wasn't unprepared for this trip. Although the 9 underworlds was their public enemy, it didn't stop them from trading with others. This time, the demon race had contacted the 9 underworlds and borrowed the devilish sea's seawater to destroy the Western Pure Land's green lotus flag. Currently, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunxing's attention wasn't on the green lotus flag, the Buddha's Saraira, or even Mahamayuri. Their gazes were all focused on the silhouette that first appeared from the boundless darkness. Unlike the other great devils, this silhouette wasn't emitting surging devilish qi. Instead, it was calm. Unlike the other great devils, whose pupils were flickering with blood-colored radiances, his eyes were flickering with dark golden radiances. Chapter 1656. Clad in black, he stood upright like a sword. To Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng, his figure was extremely familiar. Although his hair wasn't as straight as before and was scattered behind his shoulders, his face was still the same. It had been a long time since they last met. Nie Jingshan. After not seeing him for 200 years, his demeanor remained the same. Unfortunately, he was no longer the same person. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng remained silent. Now that they met again, Nie Jingshan was no longer the same as before. He had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and his foundations were sturdy. Evidently, he didn't just break through recently. While he seemed calm, his sword intent that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was hidden within. It was extremely vicious and ominous, and it didn't let the prime, clear, numinous treasure four swords take the lead. In the past, Yin Xintang was a genius. However, he died young and perished before the 5 Qis unification. Now, a supreme sword intent that could rival the numinous treasure 4 swords had appeared before everyone's eyes. Currently, Nie Jingshan's ascension to the grand, heavenly immortal realm allowed his sword Dao to gradually become complete, allowing it to release its full brilliance. Even without revealing its sharpness, it was already enough to cause others to be in awe. However, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng were filled with sorrow. Nie Jingshan's sword Dao was the result of his own comprehension. However, the increase in his cultivation wasn't the same. There was only one possibility for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time: the fiend god empowerment. Now, the one who appeared before everyone wasn't Taoism's successor, Nie Jingshan. Instead, it was one of the 9 underworld's 12 devilish gods, the devil of aged metal, sword devil Nie Jingshan. Nie Jingshan's expression remained calm as he appeared from the darkness. His gaze flickered with dark golden radiance as he scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on the Buddha's Saraira, which was concealed by the unbreakable Vajra and the green lotus flag. Behind him, other ferocious devils walked out one after another and arrived by his side. Among them, there were many familiar figures like Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the past, when the Water Devil and the Earth Devil were rampaging, the 9 underworld's experts mobilized and fought against Taoism. Among the devils, there were many grand, heavenly realm devil lord experts. Although they were inferior to top-notch devil experts like the Primordial Heart Devil and the Shadow Devil, they were still reputable devils. If it wasn't for the fact that the 9 underworlds was being suppressed as a whole, any one of these great demons would be able to cause a catastrophe in the human world. But now they were all standing beside Nie Jingshin and were slightly behind him. Without a doubt, Nie Jingshin was the leader. Nie Jingshin did not say much after he appeared. He only nodded slightly at Bull Demon King, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the other great demons, and then waved his hand gently. Beside him, a great demon emerged from the crowd and headed towards the invincible Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. This grand, heavenly realm fiend, Lord, had a peculiar appearance. He did not look like a human. He had no eyes on his head, but he had a huge mouth. The great demon opened his mouth, and a pitch-black wave surged out. It was like an ocean wave that rushed towards the unbreakable Vajra Buddha and the green lotus flag. The seawater wasn't smelly or dirty. Although it was as black as ink, it looked clear and clean, shining with light without any impurities. However, as soon as they were dyed by the pitch-black seawater, the golden light and white gas emitted by the azure lotus flag dimmed and dispersed, and they began to wither and fade away. Everything had its vanquisher, the green lotus flag, which could even resist the 5-colored divine light of Mahamyuri, was quickly disintegrated in the face of the pitch-black seawater. When the other Buddhist venerables saw this, they were unwilling to let it go. Some of them stepped forward to try and stop them, but the other great demons had already come forward to confront the Buddhist experts. After being dyed by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, the green lotus flag immediately lost its previous shielding function. The invincible Vajra Buddha and the Buddha Sarira were directly exposed in front of the great demons and demons. The invincible Vajra Buddha was unfazed. As he chanted the name of Buddha, rays of Buddhist light flowed around his golden body, covering the void. Apart from himself, who was already prepared to face the enemy, there were others who would not allow the great demons of the 9 underworlds to act presumptuously. Mahamyuri, who had originally beaten the demons into retreat, turned his head and saw the movements of the demons of the 9 underworlds. He could not help but frown. He directly abandoned the Bull Demon King, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the other great demons and quickly turned back. The green lotus flag was stained. Not only could it not stop the demons of the 9 underworlds, it also could not stop the old peacock. Now that Kong Xian was the strongest expert here. The initiative had returned to him. He did not even need to abide by the agreement and deal with the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands anymore. He could just take the Buddha's Sarira and leave, while the others could do whatever they wanted. I didn't expect Mahamyuri to be here as well. A great demon beside, Nie Jingshin, laughed weirdly and said, "Fortunately, I made some preparations." As he spoke, the great demon suddenly raised his hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. The flag fluttered in the wind, causing mist to fill the entire area. In an instant, a strange fragrance enveloped the entire area, enveloping the gradually crumbling pagoda forest. Under the sweep of Mahamyuri's 5-colored divine light, the fragrance released by the flag couldn't be dispelled. Other than the group of 9 underworld's devils, even the great demons who could be considered as their allies were shocked. White cloud boundary flag. Yen Zhaoga and the others who were hiding their tracks and watching from afar were also greatly surprised. This treasure is actually in the 9 underworlds. The white cloud boundary flag, also known as the Immortal Assembling Flag, was the treasure of the Western Queen Mother's jade pool. It was known alongside the Earth Apricot, Yellow Flag, the Green Lotus Flag, and the Floating Flame Flag. It was one of the few supreme defensive treasures under the heavens. Even Mahamyuri's 5-colored divine light couldn't break through it. It was just that after the great calamity, the Western Queen Mother had disappeared and the jade pool had fallen. There was no news of this treasure. No one would have thought that this treasure would actually reappear in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Previously, no news of it had leaked out. Everyone present was stunned when they saw it. If they had this treasure, why didn't they use it previously? Yan Zhaoge frowned. If they said that they had only obtained it recently, the news was really hidden too well. Feng Yunxing's expression was also solemn. When I entered the 9 underworlds previously, I also didn't hear any news regarding this white cloud boundary flag. The 9 underworlds mostly hibernates and rarely makes any movements. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said slowly, previously when they fought against us, they didn't know how to use it. Taoist incongruence had a relationship with the Western Queen Mother in the past and has a way to deal with this treasure. No wonder. Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath and focused his gaze on that dense fragrance. Although the 9 underworlds couldn't use this treasure to fight against orthodox Taoism, due to the incongruence Divine Mother, it was naturally fine to use it against other enemies. At this moment, Mahamyuri, who had always been calm after cultivating for so many years, was suddenly enraged. Previously, he had been obstructed by the green lotus flag. Now that the 9 underworlds had broken through the green lotus flag, who would have thought that they would take out a white cloud boundary flag of their own? Kong Xian was still obstructed outside the door. Nie Jingshan's expression was indifferent as he walked towards the Vajra indestructible Buddha and the Sakya Saraira. Chapter 1657. The Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands were also shocked that the white cloud-bound flag had fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Their green lotus flag was tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, yet the other party took out the white cloud-bound flag that was on par with the green lotus flag. None of the Buddhists present had any effective means to break the white cloud-bound flag. To the Buddhists, this was like a formless mockery. However, facing the oncoming demons, the indestructible Vajra Buddha, Samanabhadra Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhists quickly calmed down and faced the enemies. In front of the indestructible Vajra Buddha, Nie Jingshan took the lead. The previously calm black-robed man suddenly erupted with a shocking sword intent that could destroy heaven and earth. Under the illumination of the terrifying aura, the Buddhist kingdom that the indestructible Vajra Buddha manifested showed signs of withering. The indestructible Vajra Buddha frowned. During the Middle Era, he was one of the 35 Buddhas of the central Pure Land of Saha, second only to Gautama. Back then, he was one of the top experts in the entire central Pure Land of Saha. Although he wasn't as ancient as the Dipankara ancient Buddha and other Buddhas, the indestructible Vajra Buddha had been famous for more than an era. In the past, he had personally fought against the previous devil of aged metal, the Blade Demon. However, the indestructible Vajra Buddha was absolutely sure that the new devil of aged metal, Nie Jingshan, was even stronger than the Blade Demon of the past. As far as the indestructible Vajra Buddha knew, only the first devil of aged metal, who was born with the heavens, could be mentioned in the same breath as him. What was even more terrifying was that the person before him seemed to have even greater potential and was ready to make a move. The God-fiend empowerment can't surpass the limits of the previous generations, but this person seems to be able to continue advancing. I'm afraid he will be the strongest devil of aged metal in history, unprecedented. The indestructible Vajra Buddha calmed his state of mind and faced the young opponent in front of him in his best state. Not only did the Buddha transform into a Vajra, but the Buddhist kingdom around him also changed from a glazed color to a pure gold color. A clear and transparent Buddhist light appeared. Although it seemed fragile, it was actually extremely firm. It displayed the indestructible power of the Buddhist sect, the concept of impermanence of life and death, to the peak of the current realm. Disregarding other magical powers and only considering the sturdiness of the golden body of Buddhism. The Vajra unbreakable Buddha had always had the reputation of being the number one Buddha. It was even better than Mahamayuri, Dipankara ancient Buddha, and Guanyin Bodhisattva once the immeasurable golden body and Vajra Buddhist country appeared. Even Nie Jingshen's murderous sword intent found it hard to penetrate them. The invincible Vajra Buddha had never been a person who would blindly defend himself. An extremely powerful defense actually meant a powerful frontal assault ability. Every punch and kick was like a divine mountain collapsing, or a heavenly river flowing in reverse. It was forceful, heavy, and unstoppable. The Buddha raised his palm and attacked Nie Jingshen. Nie Jingshen looked coldly at the indestructible Vajra Buddha. Boundless hostility condensed in his hand, turning into a cold, dark gold longsword. As the sword light flickered, it actually seemed to be even faster than the prime, clear bigwig, incongruence divine, mother executing the immortal trapping sword manual. The indestructible Vajra Buddha had just raised his hand when Nie Jingshen's sword was already in front of him. The sharp sword light retracted and seemed to have instantly shrunk into a single point. The dark gold luster disappeared, and so did the dazzling radiance. At this moment, the concept of time, life, death, yin, and yang seemed to have disappeared. Everything returned to the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. There was no front, no back, no left, no right, no beginning, no end, no cold, no heat, no space-time had not been formed, and no living beings had appeared. There was only a single point left. It seemed so small that it was hard to describe, yet it also seemed so big that it could not be any bigger. As Nie Jingshen's sword stabbed onto the Vajra Buddhist country, the indestructible Vajra Buddha immediately felt as if everything he had learned had vanished into thin air. Fortunately, his strength was outstanding, and his foundation was deep. Facing Nie Jingshen's bizarre and domineering sword art, he was barely able to withstand it. The indestructible Vajra Buddha truly lived up to the reputation of being the number one grand, heavenly realm golden body Buddha. However, the concept of power that seemed to place the entire creation on the tip of the sword also forced the indestructible Vajra Buddha to retreat. He was completely unable to take the initiative to attack, as he had previously thought, nor was he able to exchange attacks with his opponent. Instead, his opponent's sword intent was pressuring him first, making it hard for him to resist. It was as if the indestructible Vajra Buddhist country was moving backwards in the void, crushing a piece of space-time. Even with the indestructible Vajra Buddhist country facing Nie Jingshen, he could only try his best to defend, with little ability to counterattack. Meanwhile, cracks had vaguely appeared on the Vajra Buddhist country itself, from which a withering aura leaked out. My Buddha is merciful. The indestructible Vajra Buddha's expression was emotionless as he formed a Dharma seal with both hands. Seeing through the illusions of the morning dew, life and death were unpredictable. With great wisdom, the indestructible Vajra was unbreakable. The resolute came from within and not from outside. Therefore, under the support of the indestructible Vajra Buddha, the cracks on the surface of the Vajra Buddhist country rapidly healed. However, under the threat of Nie Jingshen's sword, the cracks on the surface of the Vajra Buddhist country rapidly healed. Then it healed and cracked again, repeating the cycle. The sword light kept advancing, while the Buddha kept retreating. Although Nie Jingshen was temporarily unable to break through the indestructible Vajra Buddha's obstruction, he was still able to suppress this Buddhist bigwig. On the other side, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva activated the three laws golden lotus, which shrouded Nie Jingshen's head. As the golden lotus revolved, the profundities of time, space, and yin and yang were born. They originated from the Taoism's jade clear lineage, as well as the Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence. Facing such a threat, Nie Jingshun had no choice but to turn around and attack the Three Laws Golden Lotus. His sword light seemed to have shrunk into a single point, wanting to absorb the Three Laws Golden Lotus. The profundities of the Three Laws Golden Lotus manifested. As it revolved, rays of brilliance gushed out in all directions, blocking the changes in space-time, preventing Nie Jingshun's sword light from continuing to shrink. However, the moment the sword light was released, it was grand and extraordinary. A power that could topple mountains and overturn seas exploded, directly sending the Three Laws Golden Lotus flying. Cracks even appeared on the petals of the Golden Lotus, and the cracks continued to expand. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva hurriedly retracted the Three Laws Golden Lotus. After Nie Jingshun's attack, it was as if there was no obstruction at all, as he continued to suppress the indestructible Vajra Buddha. However, with the assistance of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, the indestructible Vajra Buddhist country instantly became sturdy again. The golden body of the Buddha became incomparably huge and counterattacked Nie Jingshun. However, each of Nie Jingshun's attacks was faster than the previous one. The dark golden sword light flew left and right, and the scenes of chaos appeared and disappeared. It seemed as if he was getting stronger as the battle went on. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva wanted to advance, but there were other bigwigs of the devil Tao obstructing him. Meanwhile, the other great devils of the 9 underworlds also attacked the remaining Buddhist Bantis. The devil lord who had defiled the green lotus flag took the opportunity to leap up, arrived beside the Buddha's sarira, and kept it. Seeing this, Nie Jingshun did not continue fighting. With a sweep of his sword light, he forcefully repelled the indestructible Vajra Buddha. Then, he commanded the group of devils to retreat while fighting. Chapter 1658. The great demon, wielding the white cloud-bound flag, unleashed layers of dense fragrance to protect Nie Jingshun and the rest who had obtained the sarira and obstruct Mahamayuri. Nie Jingshun led the way while the bull demon king, Chiosho Immortal, and the other great demons rushed out. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands and Mahamayuri naturally did not allow them to leave. Both sides were entangled in a chaotic battle. Mahamayuri and the Buddhist Bantis could not break through the obstruction of the white cloud-bound flag, but it was not easy for Nie Jingshun and the rest to leave either. At this moment, green lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. Their leader was the wise and merciful Guan Yin Bodhisattva. The group of Buddhist Bantis behind him were the first batch to leave the Western Pure Lands. They were there to conceal the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the other Buddhist Bantis from the second batch. Although it was not as fruitful as expected, Guan Yin Bodhisattva and the rest still managed to arrive in time as reinforcements for the Buddhist Bantis. The moment Guan Yin Bodhisattva appeared, a pristine jade bottle appeared in her hand with a willow branch hanging from its mouth. The Bodhisattva took the willow branch and gently waved it. Instantly, sweet rain fell. Wherever the sweet rain passed, the others were revitalized. However, the demons felt as if they were splashed with oil. Smoke billowed from their bodies as they let out pained roars. Even Nie Jingshun let out a groan when the sweet rain fell on him. The sword light in his hand flickered and instantly turned into a chaotic point that affected the surrounding space. The sweet pouring raindrops were all absorbed by Nie Jingshun's sword light and gathered into a single point before vanishing. Guan Yin Bodhisattva held the willow branch in one hand and the pristine jade bottle in the other. She tilted the bottle toward Nie Jingshun. A huge suction force came from the bottle's mouth, intending to suck Nie Jingshun within. Nie Jingshun's sword light retracted and released. It was as if chaos had exploded, and the primordial world had opened up. The pristine jade bottle was instantly shaken away. Then he wielded his sword as if it was flying and immediately slashed out. Once again, it clashed head-on with the indestructible Vajrabuddha's furious eyes and demon subduing technique. The experts from both sides fought endlessly, neither giving way to the other. But at this moment, the void suddenly split open as a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, thousands of golden lights shone of them, of the Buddhist bandis. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had arrived. Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light slashed down without a trace of politeness. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles did not dare to take the attack head-on and hurriedly dodged. However, the demon sovereign who had obtained the Buddha's relic waved his hand and handed it over to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. After the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles received the Buddha's sarira, he immediately flew away without looking back. Mahamayuri was expressionless. As the five-color divine light rotated, he showed no mercy to his twin brother. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly felt like he couldn't fly anymore under the effects of the five-colored divine light. Mahamayuri ignored the other demons and strode towards the rock of 10,000 miles. Although the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was affected, it still tried its best to fly away. The two great demons, who were both birds, chased each other and disappeared into the distance in an instant, without Mahamayuri threatening them from the side. The demons of the netherworld and the great monsters immediately felt a lot more at ease. The Western Pure Lands didn't have the confidence to keep all of them here, but at this moment there was a change in the universe. Yen Zhaoga and the others, who had been hiding by the side, finally made their move. They didn't interfere with the conflict between Mahamayuri and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Instead, they locked onto something else. The green lotus flag that was tainted by the 9 underworld's devilish seas water, looking at the southern extremity longevity emperor, who was surrounded by lightning and standing on the thunder chariot, the Bodhisattva Guanyin, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva side. Brother Southern Extremity, you guys really came. Can you lend us some tranquil dew? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's expression remained calm as he said to the Bodhisattva Guanyin, "Let's keep it for ourselves. Why do you have to snatch what others like?" As the Bodhisattva Guanyin spoke, she pointed towards the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Their main target wasn't the tranquil dew, but the green lotus flag. The Bodhisattva Guanyin's tranquil dew could cleanse the world's filth, including the 9 underworld's abyssal seas seawater. Only the seawater originated from the 9 underworld's core, the devilish sea's abyss. Even if it could be cleansed, it couldn't be done within a short period of time. Since the green lotus flag was tainted by the seawater, the Buddhists could only bring it back and slowly cleanse it. However, Yen Zhaoga and the others had their eyes on this treasure as well. The indestructible Vajrabuddha, who was the closest to the flag, couldn't care less about the pitch-black seawater on its surface. He hurriedly kept the flag. However, before he could make his next move, a saber suddenly slashed down from the dark void. The horrifying power of the submerging primordial chaos annihilation descended, destroying everything in its path. Even the indestructible Vajrabuddha, who possessed the Pure Land's golden body as one and possessed astonishing defensive prowess, was still unable to withstand Feng Yunqing's sneak attack. The Vajrabuddhist kingdom was instantly slashed apart. Fortunately, the indestructible Vajrabuddha's defensive prowess was extremely high. Moreover, he had been fighting against a powerful foe like Nie Jingshan, which allowed him to fight with his full strength. That was why he wasn't slain by Feng Yunqing's saber. The Buddhist kingdom's Pure Land was broken apart. However, His golden body seemed illusory and solid at the same time. As the Vajra radiance flickered, he barely evaded Feng Yunxing's saber. However, when the soul-absorbing bell in Feng Yunxing's hand rang, the indestructible Vajra Buddha's movements slowed down. The golden body of the great sage, formed by Pan Pan, swung the Ru-E golden cudgel and struck the green lotus flag away from the indestructible Vajra Buddha's hand. Yen Zhaoge grabbed the flag with his hand. The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bantis wanted to stop him. However, Feng Yunxing, Pan Pan, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor wouldn't let them have their way. The Bull Demon King, Qiu Shou Immortal, and the other great demons, as well as a few devil lords, surrounded them with hostile expressions. With the cooperation of several factions, the Buddhist Bantis should be worrying about whether they could safely leave this place. However, as radiances flickered from afar, Buddhist chants resounded. The Buddhist Bantis who stayed behind to search for the Buddha's Saraira along with the Dipankara ancient Buddha had also rushed over, forming another batch of reinforcements. Looking at the green lotus flag that had already fallen into Yen Zhaoge's hands, the Buddhist bigwigs were all silent. They attempted to snatch the flag back. However, with Feng Yunxing and the others obstructing them, they couldn't do so. Although their own reinforcements had arrived, the demon race, Taoism, and the 9 underworlds might also have reinforcements. Mahamayuri chased after the Buddha's Saraira and left. If they continued fighting, it would be hard for them to gain the upper hand. As time passed, it would only become more and more difficult. As they sighed, the Buddhas of the blessed lands cut off their reluctance and stubbornness and started to retreat. Yen Zhaoge's gaze fell upon Nie Jingshan. After the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles obtained the Buddha's Saraira and fought with Mahamayuri, Nie Jingshan kept his sword and no longer had the intention to continue fighting. Amidst the chaotic battle, he turned around and left. Senior apprentice brother, Nie. Yen Zhaoge called out, but Nie Jingshan didn't stop. Feng Yunxing looked at Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge shook his head and chased after Nie Jingshan. Feng Yunxing followed behind him. Chapter 1659. Nie Jingshan left, followed by Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor didn't stay any longer. He immediately retreated from the battlefield. While the green lotus flag had been tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworld's devilish sea's abyss, this treasure still gripped everyone's hearts. Now that Yen Zhaoge had taken it away, whether it was the Buddhist Bantis or the demon race great sages, all of them felt unresigned. However, the current situation was too chaotic. The various forces were intertwined and eyeing each other covetously. With apprehension in their hearts, they could only disperse. The group of 9 underworld's devils also chased after Nie Jingshan, Yen Zhaoge, and the others. The first to leave was Nie Jingshan, who was speeding along with Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing following closely behind. Senior apprentice brother Nie. Yen Zhaoge called out softly. Nie Jingshan ignored him and continued walking forward. Frowning, Yen Zhaoge could only sigh, "I've offended you." With that, he raised the immemorial hammer and smashed it down on Nie Jingshan's back. Nie Jingshan finally stopped in his tracks. He turned around and swung his sword. As the sword light shrank, it looked like the primeval hammer was about to be sucked away. "Senior brother Nie, I'm sorry." Feng Yunxing also apologized and slashed down with her saber. The dark golden sword light was sliced apart by the pitch-black saber light. The Chaos Origin hammer regained its freedom, but it no longer had the momentum it had before. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Nie Jingshan's tone was indifferent. The dark golden sword light dispersed and reassembled, and he slashed at Feng Yunxing again. the demonic Tao destroyed all living beings and guided creation towards destruction. After Nie Jingshan entered the devil's way, the sword intent of the peerless true intent that he comprehended also started leaning towards destruction and destruction. The jade illusory peerless sword transformed into the peerless sword of destruction, which was very similar to the prime clear primordial chaos extinguishing and Feng Yinxing's grand abyss chaos extinguishing. However, the three great destruction techniques each had their own profundities. Nie Jingshan's sword light clashed with Feng Yunxing's sword light. However, Feng Yunxing's sword light was still more powerful, and the sword light broke the sword light. However, Nie Jingshan's sword light was even faster than Feng Yunxing's saber light. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Feng Yunxing. The chaotic abyss above Feng Yunxing's head fell, causing Nie Jingshan's sword light to take the initiative to attack her. Nie Jingshan's sword light was a step ahead and changed again. It was not trapped by the chaotic abyss and continued to attack Feng Yunxing. Both sides exchanged blows, and for a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Yan Zhaoge kept the chaotic origin hammer, his expression grave as he looked at Nie Jingshan. Behind him, the other great demons had also arrived. At the same time, a crack appeared in the void of this part of the universe, and demonic chi surged out from it. More demonic path experts appeared. They did not seem to have come purely to receive Nie Jingshan and the others. Instead, they spread out, vaguely surrounding Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. A figure that looked like an old man appeared last. It was the primordial heart devil. In fact, Nine Nether had never given up on the idea of bringing Feng Yunxing back. However, as the void on the other side shook, the southern extremity longevity emperor's figure could be vaguely seen. Apart from that, Fairy Yun Xiao seemed to be faintly discernible. Reinforcements from the orthodox Taoism were also rushing over. Experts from both sides appeared, and they had a large number of people. They stood in a stalemate, and for a moment, neither side could do anything to the other. Regardless of whether it was the demons of the netherworld or the people of the Taoist sects, none of them had the intention to start a war immediately. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race could interfere at any time. In the end, they could only let it go. Yan Zhaoge shook his head and said to Nie Jingshan, "Senior apprentice sister, Yu's life isn't in danger, but she is yet to awaken." Feng Yunxing retracted her saber and retreated. Nie Jingshan's expression remained unchanged, and he dispersed the dark golden sword light in his hand. Everything will return to nothingness, no matter if it's you, me, or her. The devil's devilish chi was rampant, and it corroded the void, transforming into a devilish domain. The Taoist sects were automatically separated by the devilish chi. This part of the universe turned into two separate worlds, and they stood in a stalemate. The group of devils disappeared together with the devilish domain. Yan Zhaoge and the others watched as they left. They remained silent for a long time. "Little friend Yan, calm down." After a long time, the southern extremity longevity emperor said. Fairy Yun Zhao's gaze also landed on Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze and shook his head lightly. "Southern extremity longevity emperor and Fairy Yun Xiao, don't worry. I'm fine. Today's situation was within my expectations. Only, it really happened right in front of my eyes. I can't help but feel disappointed. However, it won't affect my judgment." Yan Zhaoge let out a soft sigh. The southern extremity longevity emperor said slowly, "When junior apprentice brother Yellow Dragon made a mistake and entered the Devil's Tao, we were the ones who helped him end it. What he said was a legend before the great calamity. To Taoism's jade clear lineage, it was a scandal. After the Middle Era ended, and they entered the current era, one of Taoism's jade clear lineage's enlightened yellow dragon, one of the 12 illusory jade immortals, entered the devil's Tao and entered the 9 underworlds, becoming the yellow dragon devil lord. After that, it caused a conflict between Taoism and the 9 underworlds, which caused many years of trouble. In the end, the yellow dragon devil lord was annihilated by the southern extremity longevity emperor, the lord of broad accomplishment, and the others of the jade clear lineage. Not only did the yellow dragon devil lord perish, but even the jade clear bigwig Yun Zhongzi, who had the greatest cultivation of the origin heavenly scripture, perished in the hands of the primordial heart devil. Similarly, the primordial heart devil was gravely injured and had no choice but to hibernate in the 9 underworlds for many years. It was only during the great calamity that he started moving again. Even in the recent few hundred years, his injuries had yet to fully recover. Within the Jade Illusory Palace, the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp's Fireseed Devil Spirit was coincidentally obtained by the Jade Clear Bigwigs after the Devil of Fire of that generation was annihilated. It was then stored within the lamp. Yen Zhaoge had heard about this part of history before. When the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor mentioned it, he let out a long sigh. "Don't worry, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. I know what to do." "That's good." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, "The current situation is different from back then. Although the 9 underworlds is still everyone's enemy, we still have to plot against them slowly. Putting aside the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, they had to consider the Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race. Let's quickly leave as well. The Green Lotus flag can't be used for now. If we delay any longer, something might happen." Yen Zhaoge nodded silently. The others had the same opinion as well. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Cloud Sky Fairy's silhouettes slowly disappeared and entered the void. Pan, who had reverted to his original form, was currently lying in Feng Yunsheng's embrace. Yen Zhaoge nodded towards Feng Yunsheng, and the two left together. "Zhaoge," worry appeared in Feng Yunsheng's eyes, and she looked towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge shook his head lightly. "Let's wait and see." He rubbed his temples and smiled, trying to find joy amidst the bitterness. With senior apprentice brother Nia's current strength, there's only a limited number of people who can send him to perish. Besides, he's the same as you and Senior Suo. He still has plenty of room for improvement. Feng Yunsheng's gaze towards him became even more worried. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." Yen Zhaoge revealed a pondering expression. "I'm thinking about what senior apprentice brother Nia mentioned previously." Chapter 1660. Everything will return to nothingness, regardless of you, me, or her. Hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunsheng recalled Nie Jingshen's words. This sentence. Yen Zhaoge did not speak, just nodding soundlessly. Feng Yunsheng also fell into deep thought. These words might not seem like much at first glance, but Yen Zhaoge could not help but think more about them. However, it was fine if he didn't think about it, but if he really diverged his thoughts and tried to decipher it, he could come up with many explanations. Everything returning to nothingness was one of the aspects of the demonic path. This might be an indication of what the 9 underworlds would do next. The top grand heavenly realm experts of Buddhism, Taoism, and the demon race were all plotting against the 9 underworlds, hoping to obtain an opportunity to break through the limits and ascend to the Tao realm. Nine Nether was well aware of this, so she naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death. Experts from all sides were competing, trading with the 9 Nether and suppressing them at the same time. The 9 Nether was also making use of this opportunity to complete their own arrangements. Who would be able to laugh in the end would depend on their own abilities. From Nie Jingshen's words, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely tell that something was wrong. If it really contained a hint and the Tao sect could see through it, then they would naturally have the upper hand. Apart from this line of thought, there were other interpretations. The you, me, and her mentioned by Nie Jingshan was undoubtedly referring to Yan Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan himself, and Yu Yi. Nie Jing called the three of them together, not only because they were all involved, but also because they had something in common. What do they have in common? Combined with the phrase, all shall return to nothingness, Yan Zhaoge felt extremely terrified as he thought about it. If Nie Jingshan was referring to himself as the same as Yu Yi and Feng Yinsheng, it would be perfectly normal. While Yu Yi had yet to awaken, she cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, the purest lineage of the prime, clear, numinous treasure, heavenly Lord. She comprehended the profundities of the primordial chaos. Feng Yunsheng inherited a portion of the doomsday heavenly devil's authority and created her own unique style, creating the Luoyuan chaos destruction Tao. Even though it was different from the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, it achieved the same result through different means. Nie Jingshan was originally a direct descendant of the Jade Clear lineage. With the combination of his earlier heaven nascent form and supreme comprehension abilities, he had come into contact with the secrets of peerless infinity. After he succumbed to the devil, his original inclination towards the Jade Clear's interpretation of peerless from nothingness to existence had gradually shifted towards the Prime Clear's interpretation of from existence to nothingness, similar to Yu Yi and Feng Yunsheng. However, in Nie Jingshan's legends, he and Yu Yi were classified as the same species as Yan Zhaoge. This immediately touched Yan Zhaoge's sensitive nerves. He had no choice but to pay attention. Nie Jingshan was right if he didn't make such a strict distinction. Yan Zhaoge, had precisely started with the peerless heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. Due to many reasons, Yan Zhaoge had always kept this matter a secret and covered it up. Earlier on, he had used the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia's dim radiant 12 arts as a cover. However, this could only be used in the early stages. Due to the Jade Clear primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginnings transcendence, the path of those who came after him became simple to a certain extent. There would always be people of shocking talent among those who came later, touching upon the principles of peerless infinity. However, they had to continuously climb upwards, and in the end, they would all return to the same destination through different means, all belonging to the Jade Clear scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture. This was where the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's awkwardness lay. If he couldn't obtain the peerless heavenly scripture, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue climbing upwards by himself. In fact, he might even be unable to advance any further. Nie Jingshan's uniqueness originated from his earlier heaven nascent form, which Yin Tianxia didn't possess. Yan Zhaoge continued climbing upwards without stopping. It was fine for him to push open the immortal door, or even pass through the pure profound tribulation and become a tranquil profound immortal. However, if he continued climbing upward step by step, from 3 Chi's fused aura to 4 Chi's fused aura to 5 Chi's unification, ascending to grand void, no matter what, this couldn't be explained with the dim radiant 12 arts. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge had long since obtained the grand, clear lineage's Tai Fist. To a certain extent, the Tai Fist had also touched upon the secrets of peerless infinity. The 3 clear lineages, as one was never an empty statement. Only, the Tai Fist's concept was different from the peerless heavenly scripture and the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. However, this was already another layer of concealment. On this basis, Yan Zhaoge had further gathered the last 9 scriptures of the Jade Clear primordial heavenly scriptures and cultivated them. Although he couldn't obtain the peerless heavenly scripture by reversing the 9 scriptures, the complete concept of the same lineage was another layer of concealment. In fact, many people were guessing whether Yan Zhaoge who cultivated the 3 clear lineages and pushed open the immortal door, could use the last 9 scriptures to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture of the 10 scriptures. This had even become the hope of many people. Of course, Nie Jingshin's words could also be understood from this aspect. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge wasn't worried that others would hear it and have other thoughts. However, he was extremely sensitive to the topic of the peerless heavenly scripture, so he couldn't help but think about it. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but think about it. If Nie Jingshin really meant something, where did he get the news from? Although Yan Zhaoge was very sure of Nie Jingshin's strength, it was obviously impossible for him to see through Yan Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture just by looking at it. If someone told him, who could it be? Yan Zhaoge was very concerned about this question. Although he had already come this far, Yan Zhaoge still had many doubts about the peerless heavenly scripture in his hands. If someone told Nie Jingshin, what did Nie Jingshin's words mean? A reminder or a warning? Yan Zhaoge couldn't tell for now. Moreover, he couldn't be sure how to interpret Nie Jingshin's words. Looking at it from another perspective, no matter which one it was, they were all built on the same premise. Nie Jingshin's words were out of good intentions. If Yan Zhaoge's guess in the past was correct, due to his earlier heaven-nascent form, Nie Jingshin's transformation into the devil of aged metal was indeed different from others. However, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be sure if this was the case. On the surface, although Nie Jingshin's characteristics were different from other great devils, his attitude towards him and Feng Yunsheng made Yan Zhaoge's heart feel heavy. Nie Jingshin had always shown his warm side to those close to him. Towards enemies or strangers, he had always been cold and taciturn. Of course, in the previous environment, even if he had the intention, it wouldn't have been beneficial for them to have a deep conversation. This made Yan Zhaoge uncertain. Nie Jingshin's words were out of good intentions. There were so many interpretations that it was already hard to make a judgment. However, if it was out of evil intentions, it might be intentional misdirection, which would cause endless trouble. Yan Zhaoge's brows were tightly knit, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge, and her brows were also slightly knit. There are many possibilities. Make more preparations. Now isn't the time for us to know. After thinking for a while, Yan Zhaoge's brows relaxed, and he smiled. From my perspective, I'm still willing to believe in senior apprentice brother Nie. No, it's not a matter of believing. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. It's hope, faith. Chapter 16, 61. Yes, hope and faith. Feng Yunsheng also whispered softly. Yan Zhaoge roused his spirits. Focus on yourself first before we talk about anything else. As he spoke, he took out a flag. The flag was green and embroidered with a 12th rank lotus flower, fluttering in the wind. It was the defensive treasure that originally belonged to the Western Pure Lands, the green lotus flag. It had always been on par with the yellow earth apricot flag, the white cloud boundary flag, and the floating flame flag. Its defensive power was so strong that it could even block Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine radiance. However, all living things in the world were born and destroyed. As the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. Today, the green lotus flag had met its nemesis and met its doom. The flag didn't appear to be in any danger, but it had been contaminated by the seawater of the 9 underworld demonic seas, so it was like an ordinary flag, unable to unleash any of its powers. The original owner of this treasure was the treasure of Amitabha Buddha, right? The invincible Vajra Buddha, and the others are probably just borrowing it temporarily. Feng Yunsheng, who was at the side, asked, although it has been contaminated by the seawater of the 9 underworlds, if Amitabha Buddha wishes to take it back, it would probably only take a single thought, right? How could the items of a Tao ancestor be taken so easily? It used to be like this, Yen Zhaoge explained. Still, I once heard Taoist Yang mention that this green lotus flag was previously bestowed to Bodhisattva Guanyin by the Amitabha Buddha rather than being temporarily borrowed. Guanyin Bodhisattva has refined this Buddhist treasure and is now the true owner of this treasure. Feng Yunsheng was enlightened. I see. No wonder. In the battle for the immortal execution formation, the ancient Dipankara Buddha borrowed the green lotus flag from Guanyin Bodhisattva. This time, it was Guanyin Bodhisattva who secretly left the flag to the invincible Vajra Buddha. He was the first to leave the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss in order to attract more attention. However, it did not achieve the desired effect. In the end, the green lotus flag was tainted by the seawater of the 9 underworld's abyss. The Bodhisattva couldn't retrieve it in time, and it ended up in the hands of Yen Zhaoge and the others. However, he did not have the ability of a Tao realm powerhouse like Amitabha to retrieve his treasures. However, now that Yen Zhaoge had obtained the green lotus flag, he also had to consider how he could get rid of the filth on it. Otherwise, the treasures that they snatched would be completely useless and worthless. Speaking of cleansing the filth of this flag, the one who is most proficient in it really has to be Bodhisattva Guanyin. Yen Zhaoge smiled. That sweet-pouring raindrops cleansing the filth of the world can indeed be said to be unparalleled. The southern extremity longevity emperor wasn't just teasing Guanyin Bodhisattva. Of course, Guanyin Bodhisattva would definitely not agree. So in the end, the teasing was just a teasing. Yes, everything has its vanquisher. Even if the 9 underworld's demon seas abyss polluted the green lotus flag, the goddess of mercy's raindrops will be able to cleanse it, Feng Yunsheng said. However, we should still consider other methods. Not only did he snatch the treasure of the other party, he even wanted the other party to come up with something to clean it up. This was simply too arrogant. Thinking thus, Feng Yunsheng suddenly glanced at Yen Zhaoge. She deeply felt that, with Yen Zhaoge's lack of integrity, if he had the confidence, he might really be able to do something like that. Upon meeting her gaze, Yen Zhaoge immediately knew what Feng Yunsheng was thinking about. He couldn't help but reveal a deeply hurt expression. What are you thinking about? Feng Yunsheng looked up at the sky. Didn't you already think of it? You have a deep misunderstanding of me, Yen Zhaoge said solemnly. I feel that we should be frank and open with each other. We should go deeper, and continuously communicate with each other. Feng Yunsheng glanced at him. All right, come on. Don't be in such a hurry. Once I attain the Qi condensation splendor realm, it'll be fine. There's no need to wait for me to attain the grand heavenly realm. Yen Zhaoge chuckled. Your method of motivating yourself is truly unique. If others were to hear it, your image would be ruined. Feng Yunsheng rolled her eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Others won't be able to see my current appearance. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, As for you, young lady, you'll soon understand what actions speak louder than words. You inexperienced brat. He purposely emphasized on the last 2 words. Feng Yunsheng's expression remained unchanged. She calmly said, It's true that I haven't used it before. However, how long has it been since the last time you used yours? Have you forgotten how to use it? It's all because of you. Upon mentioning this, Yen Zhaoge's expression was filled with grief and indignation. If I knew this would happen, I would have done it with you long ago. Thank you for your pity back then, said Feng Yunsheng smilingly. I'll get it all back sooner or later. Yen Zhaoge said, hatefully. However, he quickly laughed. I suddenly thought of our names. When the time comes, it'll really be appropriate. Feng Yunsheng was startled. Why? Yen Zhaoge glanced at her with a sneaky smile. Every night, I'm having fun. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yen Zhaoge speechlessly. I feel like changing back to my original name." As the couple chatted and teased each other, they didn't forget about their proper business. The two brought along Pan and that tainted green lotus flag, and returned to the Taoism heavens. They didn't directly return to the Vermilion Royal Reed heaven. Instead, they went to the Grand Peace Royal Cliff heaven. That was the universe created by the current Lord of Severing Heavenly Suo Mingzhang using the Sea Calming Pearl. The Lord of Severing Heavenly was Suo Mingzhang's current title. His full title was the Heaven Reversing Origin Zhurong Vast Universe High Heavenly Lord, also known as the Zhurong Heavenly Lord or the Anti-Heavenly Lord. Adding the word heaven in front of his title was the symbol of the Lord of Taoism's stars. Just like the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Fighting Division's Golden Spirit Divine Mother, her full title was the Heaven-Reigning Brahma Dumu Origin Lady Purple Radiance, She Benevolent Grand Plainness Queen Golden True Virtue Heavenly Lord. The Purple Tenuity Emperor, who took over her position, was the Heaven-Reigning Purple Tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor. After the Great Calamity, the Purple Tenuity Emperor disappeared, and his whereabouts were still unknown. According to the current information, the Purple Tenuity Emperor was either the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, or he had already protected Taoism during the battle against the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. As such, when someone mentioned Suo Mingzhang's title and added the word Heaven Reigning in front, the other Taoism bigwigs didn't object. With Suo Mingzhang's strength, he was undoubtedly worthy of this title. What he had learned was cultivating the power of the stars, heavenly fire, comprehending the changes of the stars and the principles of the myriad of things. He cultivated the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse and mastered many supreme martial arts. In the end, he formed his own style and obtained the heaven-severing scripture. During the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Suo Mingzhang had also obtained a sea calming pearl and established one of the Taoism's 6 great heavens, the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven, as his Tao arena. Only, unlike the other bigwigs of Taoism, Suo Mingzhang was used to living in seclusion in the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven and rarely appeared in the world. Yan Zhaoge and the others were currently looking for Suo Mingzhang's help. To cleanse the evil, water was one method, and so was fire. Chapter 1662. Although Suo Mingzhang had established the Great Peace Royal Cliff as a cave abode Tao venue, he was not like the Emperor of Gaochen, Fairy Yin Shao, and the Goddess of Wudong, who had opened the door to accept disciples and spread out their branches. There were also no mortals from the mortal world. In the vast universe, other than the many stars, there was only one world that was opened up. In this world, although there were mountains, rivers, plants, and flowers, there were no signs of human habitation. In a valley, the tall Tsanghua divine tree stood tall. Its blue branches and leaves stretched out, and the white flowers swayed without wind. There seemed to be a pleasant sound of wind chimes constantly ringing. Under the tree, a short-haired man sat there. One of his legs was stretched forward, while the other was bent and folded in front of him. His arm was resting on his bent knee. The man leaned against the trunk of the Tsanghua divine tree. Although he looked relaxed, he seemed to be the center of this world, and the center of the entire Grand Peace Royal Cliff. He was looking at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoge looked at the scene in front of him and felt like he had returned to the first time he met Suo Mingzhang. However, at this moment, the Tsanghua divine tree was by his side. Here, only one man and one tree lived. Even Mars Halberd stayed in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven's world and didn't disturb Suo Mingzhang. Zhaoge, Yunsheng, you're here. Suo Mingzhang slowly stood up and smiled. Senior Suo, I'm here to trouble you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Suo Mingzhang and took out the green lotus flag. Suo Mingzhang took the flag. After looking at it, he didn't say anything. Flames lit up in his palm. The bright flames danced on the flag. The flag itself wasn't affected, but a black stain appeared on the original green flag. The flames collided with the black stain and even caused the void to shake slightly. However, under Suo Mingzhang's suppression, nothing happened. The flag only seemed to be fluttering lightly. The flames were still bright, and the black stain began to fade. Although the speed wasn't fast, the process seemed to be irreversible. No matter how the black stain resisted, it could only retreat. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing nodded. Suo Mingzhang wasn't the only one who had the ability to remove the seawater stain of the 9 underworld's abyss. However, among the people in the Dao sect, Suo Mingzhang was undoubtedly the fastest and easiest to deal with this. After handing over the green lotus flag to Suo Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoge was no longer worried. While watching Suo Mingzhang's technique, Yan Zhaoge told him about what had happened. Although Suo Mingzhang lived in seclusion, his strength and status couldn't be ignored by the powerhouses of other forces or the people of Dao sects. Every once in a while, someone from the Dao sect would regularly send him news. Since Yan Zhaoge had come to visit the Grand Peace Royal Cliff Heaven today, he directly chatted with Suo Mingzhang, perfected Tai, and the great god of the 3 altars of the sea meeting are still alive. Congratulations. Suo Mingzhang's eyes were filled with admiration. The reputation of the great god of the 3 altars of the sea meeting has always been resounding. He loved martial arts. While he was focused on his studies, he was not a person who closed himself off from the outside world. His combat experience was rich, and he was one of the best during the new Kunlun 9 luminaries era. To a certain extent, he was also exceptionally aggressive. Because of Xiao Junhuang, Suo Mingzhang was much more restrained now. Or it should be said that he was not as pure as before. However, for an opponent who was famous outside, he was still excited to have a chance to come into contact with him. However, after hearing about Nie Jingshan, Suo Mingzhang also fell into silence. He was not as familiar with Nie Jingshan as he was with Yan Zhaoge. However, he had always admired his talent. Suo Mingzhang also felt regretful about what had happened in the past. After a long while, he said softly, "What a pity. Senior apprentice brother, Nie's matter can only be discussed later." Yan Zhaoge was very calm at this moment. "We should first focus on the present." He let out a light breath. Senior apprentice sister Yu's injuries have already gradually healed. She has yet to wake up now because we are conservative. We want her to not have any future problems. After everything is done, we will wake her up. Up until now, there is still one treasure called the soul-killing jade that is yet to be gathered. Previously, when Long Tu and the others had gone out to travel, they had also been searching for this last treasure. In the end, they did not find the soul-killing jade. However, they had inadvertently entered the great wilderness origin palace and met the perfected Tai and Neza. Only then did all these things happen. However, we finally have some concrete clues this time. It is a pleasant surprise. Yan Zhaoge said. "Oh." Feng Yunsheng and Suo Mingzhang both looked at him. Yan Zhaoge nodded. During the fight for the Buddha's Sarira this time, a demon race great sage appeared among the demon race that somewhat exceeded my expectations. Before this, there had been no news of him because he had already perished in the great calamity. I never thought that he was actually still in this world. It should be because he had been hiding in the Astro Mountains' starry seas all this time and only came out now. You had the North Ocean clone follow him previously. Feng Yunsheng came to a realization. The North Ocean clone did not return to the Taoism heavens together with the 2 of them. After the battle for the Buddha's Sarira and the Green Lotus flag had ended, he had disappeared without a trace. While Feng Yunsheng had sensed it, she thought that Yin Zhaoge had his own plans. Therefore, she did not ask about it. Hearing Yin Zhaoge mention this matter now, she immediately thought of the North Ocean clone. Yes. However, we don't have any concrete information yet. After all, that Kuei Wood Wolf is traveling with other demon race great sages. It's still inconvenient for us to come into contact with him. However, we can always try to find a chance. Yin Zhaoge answered, "Currently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court are in a heated battle. While the demon race and the Western Pure Lands have yet to declare war, they aren't completely ignoring each other. Now that the Kuei Wood Wolf has reappeared, it's not impossible for him to make a move." Kuei Wood Wolf. So it's him. Sual, Mingzhong, and Feng Yunsheng nodded. They had heard of the Kuei Wood Wolf before. He was originally a branch of the prime Clear lineage. During the ancient era's investiture of the Gods' War, he entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace and became one of the 28 constellation lords. His abilities were extremely profound. He was one of the top heavenly monarchs in the Heavenly Court's divine palace. During the Middle Era, the battle between the demon race and Buddhism was the main theme of the Middle Era. However, behind the scenes, Taoism and the 9 underworlds had their own plans as well. During the Middle Era, the Kuei Wood Wolf had changed his name to the Yellow Robe Monster and laid down a formation together with other demon race bigwigs to stop Buddhism from spreading to the east. However, he had also helped traveling Monk Sun, Monk Sanzang, and the others to deal with other demons together with the other 3 from the Forward Stars. This matter involved many parties. As for the truth behind it, even the parties involved wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. During the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's divine palace suffered a calamity. Most of its experts perished, and the Kuei Wood Wolf disappeared without a trace. The people who came later thought that he had perished as well. However, they didn't expect him to join the demon race's Astro Mountain's Starry Sea. Chapter 1663. There were many restrictions on the Divine Seal Decree. Because most of the people on the Divine Seal Decree had suffered calamities in the past, even if they left the Divine Seal Decree in the future, there would still be many potential troubles. After the Lunar Wood Wolf escaped the restraints of the Godrank chart, it actually unexpectedly broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the golden immortal realm, and it could be considered to be a miracle. After all, he did not become a grand heavenly immortal by cultivating the heretic path. Mu Jia and the others, who were famous in the same generation as him and had never been on the investiture of the gods, were still at the grand virtual immortal realm. Just now he had appeared with the bull demon king, Qiu Shou Immortal, and other great demons in an attempt to fight for the Buddha's Saraira. After that, Mahamayuri arrived and wiped out the demons. Like the other great demons, the Kuei Wood Wolf could not withstand Mahamayuri's might. Later, Nie Jingshen and the demons of the 9 underworlds appeared. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles also arrived and seized the Buddha's Saraira. After Mahamayuri left, the Kuei Wood Wolf also retreated with the other great demons. In front of a top powerhouse like Mahamayuri, the Kuei Wood Wolf was naturally not very eye-catching. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since noticed him. Long ago, before the Great Calamity, when Yin Zhaoge had still been in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, he had heard that the Kuei Wood Wolf of the Heavenly Court's 28 lunar constellations possessed a soul-shattering jade. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had not taken this news to heart at all. However, with the current strength of his soul and memory, any news that he had heard or experienced would leave a mark in his heart. The so-called forgetting was just in case. When Yin Zhaoge had to treat Yu Yi, the mention of the soul-shattering jade immediately reminded him of the past. Sadly, there had been no news of the Kuei Wood Wolf at that time. Yin Zhaoge had also thought that he had long since perished in the Great Calamity. Therefore, he had always been searching for the soul-killing jade through other means. Now that the Kuei Wood Wolf had reappeared, Yen Zhaoge naturally targeted him. Although he couldn't be sure if the soul realm jade in the Kuei Wood Wolf's possession was still there, compared to searching for a needle in a haystack, this was undoubtedly a more reliable clue. Therefore, although he and Feng Yunsheng had gone to chase after Nie Jingshan, he had already contacted the North Ocean clone to secretly follow the Kuei Wood Wolf. Has he returned to the Astro Mountains' starry seas? Feng Yunsheng asked. The corners of Yen Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. No. When Feng Yunsheng heard this, a smile appeared on her face. If the Kuei Wood Wolf returned to the Astro Mountains' starry sea and hid himself, Yen Zhaoge wouldn't be able to find him directly. The orthodox Taoism's living environment was different from before. It was much more relaxed. Even if he were to openly pay a visit to the Astro Mountains' starry seas, it was not entirely impossible. But if one wanted to obtain the soul-killing jade, it was equivalent to going to someone's door to beg for help. It was very easy to be manipulated. At that time, the other party would call out prices all over the place, and Yen Zhaoge and the others wouldn't be able to bargain back, being too passive. Therefore, if there was a way to come into contact with the Kuei Wood Wolf in private, while also keeping the situation under control and not spreading, it would naturally be better for Yen Zhaoge and the others. The Kuei Wood Wolf is currently paying attention to the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court, explained Yen Zhaoge. Due to the relationship between the Orthodox Taoism and the 9 underworlds, the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had their reservations. Hence, they didn't easily clash with each other. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court's war had been closely monitored by the Buddha lineage and the demon lineage. Their respective experts were stationed at the front lines to oversee and deal with any unexpected situations. At present, it seemed that the Kuei Wood Wolf was one of the great demons in charge. Let's observe for now. There's no hurry to come into contact with him, said Yen Zhaoge. Although it was rather secretive, Yen Zhaoge and the roving Jade Heavens people had been searching for the soul-seen jade, blood cord, stone marrow, aura ocean essence, and other treasures. If the demon race purposely set up a trap, Yen Zhaoge and the others wouldn't dare to step into it. As such, Yen Zhaoge wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he let the North Ocean clone secretly follow the other party, while he and Feng Yunsheng brought the Green Lotus flag back to seek Suo Mingzhang's help. I'll leave it to you. Feng Yunsheng nodded. The three stood under the Tsanghua Divine Tree and looked at the Green Lotus flag in Suo Mingzhang's hands. The stains on it were slowly fading away. This wasn't something that could be done in an instant. Even with Suo Mingzhang's capabilities, he had to plan for it slowly. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng weren't in a hurry. They discussed the Tao with Suo Mingzhang while waiting for further news from the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone's current location was already very close to the universe void, where the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court heretics were fighting. He didn't revert to his human form. Instead, he transformed into a great demon and hid within the dark void. The golden body of the great sage had been affecting the North Ocean clone for the past few years. As a result, Yen Zhaoge's clone's cultivation was in a strange, blurry state, just like Shui Fei and Pan Pan. As such, when he transformed into the demon race's appearance, even the grand heavenly realm demon race great sages wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Of course, he wanted to stay away from those demon race great sages and didn't loiter in front of them. If he stayed too close to them, he might still be exposed. As such, it wouldn't be that convenient for him to monitor the Kuei Wood Wolf. However, the other party didn't seem to have anything special about him. He didn't purposely hide his tracks and acted normally. This allowed Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone to follow him. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be anything special. Is it because the demon race doesn't know that we're looking for the soul-shattering jade? Or they don't know that the Kuei Wood Wolf possesses the soul-shattering jade? Yen Zhaoga pondered. This wasn't entirely impossible. The Kuei Wood Wolf had left the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and joined the Astro Mountains' Starry Seas. He didn't need to report all of his possessions to the Astro Mountains' Starry Seas. If the demon race within the Astro Mountains' Starry Seas didn't know about the soul-shattering jade, it wouldn't be surprising if no one knew about it after that. To the orthodox Taoism that wanted to heal Yi, the soul-shattering jade was very important. However, to others, including the Kuei Wood Wolf, even though this treasure was rare, it wasn't some heaven-shaking treasure. It was an item whose value was determined by its demand. I can only hope that the soul-shattering jade is still in his hands, or at least he knows its whereabouts. Yen Zhaoga thought. While paying attention to the Kuei Wood Wolf's movements, he was also observing the battle between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. In the past, Suo Mingzhong and Yen Zhaoga had dealt a heavy blow to the Immortal Court. However, the heretics' speed of replenishing their experts sure is fast. Yen Zhaoga walked around the vicinity and realized that almost 200 years had passed. In the grand virtual immortal realm, the Immortal Court's vitality that was damaged in the past had already recovered by a large margin. Only, in the grand heavenly immortal realm, the Immortal Court had lost many experts. It wasn't something that could be replenished in just a few hundred years. Overall, the blessed lands of the White Lotus still had the upper hand. They were the ones who started this war. Under the situation where the demon race and the Western Pure Lands rarely participated in the war, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand. However, the Immortal Court wasn't completely helpless. As the North Ocean clone was observing, he suddenly realized that his main target was the Kuei Wood Wolf. Remember the mobile website. M. Chapter 1664. Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone noticed that the Kuei Wood Wolf suddenly broke away from the other demon race and headed towards another direction alone. There were only a limited number of demon sages keeping watch here. Although the Wood Wolf of Kuei had just ascended to the grand heavenly realm, its strength was extremely outstanding. It was normal for it to act alone, and the other great demons did not ask about it. Yen Zhaoga did not suspect anything. It was just that he would naturally have to follow the other party closely. The Northern Ocean clone's expression did not change as he too changed his position. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he did not follow the Kuei Wood Wolf too closely, but he could still ensure that he would not lose track of the Kuei Wood Wolf. Fortunately, the Kuei Wood Wolf didn't seem to want to do anything shameful, so it wasn't very vigilant about the surrounding environment. On the contrary, his guard seemed lower than usual, as if he was distracted by something. This caused the originally unsuspicious Yen Zhaoga to instead feel interested. He first paid special attention to his surroundings and did not find anything out of the ordinary. From the looks of it, the other party did not discover anything wrong with him and deliberately set him up. Now that the Kuei Wood Wolf was alone, it seemed like a good time to come into contact with it. However, Yen Zhaoga was currently more interested in the Kuei Wood Wolf's movements. If there was really an additional gain, then it would undoubtedly be more beneficial to him when he came into contact with the Kuei Wood Wolf in the future. The Kuei Wood Wolf very quickly halted as Yen Zhaoga appraised it carefully. The conflict between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court was no longer the usual small-scale skirmishes. Instead, it was an all-out war after 100 years. As a result, the battlefront between the two sides stretched on for a very long time and involved a lot of people. They opened up many battlefields and fought earth-shattering battles at the same time. as the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand and initiated the attack. The flames of war mainly threatened the immortal court. The group of great demons, including the Wood Wolf of Kuei, as well as the Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands, didn't directly participate in the battle. Most of them were observing from the sidelines. After a small number of conflicts broke out, they quickly calmed down. The Kuei Wood Wolf, I was specifically approaching one of the battlefields where the outer path was fighting. This was one of the 3,000 immortal realms of the Immortal Court. The two heretic sects had fought endlessly against the few worlds in this immortal realm, and they were in a state of entanglement as they fought each other and refused to give up an inch of land. Currently, regardless of whether it was the blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court, the strongest heretic martial artists who were competing in the immortal territory were merely at the tranquil, profound, immortal realm. Compared to the demon race's great sage, the Kuei Wood Wolf, they were unquestionably not worth mentioning. Both sides didn't even notice the approach of the Kuei Wood Wolf. On the other hand, the heavenly venerables of the Immortal Court were extremely nervous when they saw the Kuei Wood Wolf approaching. The blessed lands of the White Lotus already had more Buddhas than the Immortal Court's heavenly lords. They were already pressuring the Immortal Court. With the arrival of a demon race great sage like the Wood Wolf Kuei, the Immortal Court's defensive line was in danger of collapsing. However, they didn't need to worry about this. After noticing the actions of the Kuei Wood Wolf, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land, who were observing and monitoring from the side, naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Immediately, a Buddha came over. The Buddha was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he stared at the Kuei Wood Wolf cautiously. The Kuei Wood Wolf didn't intend to attack either. After glancing at the Buddha, it shifted its attention back to the battle between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides confronted each other, but no one made any further moves. The Kuei Wood Wolf's appearance made it seem as if he couldn't see it clearly from afar, so he deliberately stood closer. Seeing this, the Buddha from the Orthodox Buddhist sect also let him be on the surface and stood closer with him, but he secretly paid more attention to prevent the Kuei Wood Wolf from playing tricks behind his back. However, the Kuei Wood Wolf didn't seem to have such intentions. He only quietly watched the world where the flames of war raged. Yen Zhaoga clicked his tongue in wonder. He didn't know what this yellow-robed small saint, who was now a yellow-robed great sage, was planning to do. Only, despite being far away, Yen Zhaoga could faintly feel that the yellow-robed great sage, the Kuei Wood Wolf, was currently in a daze. If he had been hiding in the Astro Mountains' starry seas after the Great Calamity, this should be his first time approaching the Immortal Court's territory. Yen Zhaoga pondered. The Kuei Wood Wolf had always been living in seclusion within the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Very little information about him was circulated. Yen Zhaoga even thought that he had perished during the Great Calamity. As such, he didn't even consider him when searching for the soul-killing jade. Now that the Kuei Wood Wolf had finally returned, the first thing he did was to search for the Buddha's Sarira together with the Rock of 10,000 Miles, the Bull Demon King, the Dragon Head Immortal, and the other great demons. After that incident, he came to this place to watch the battle. If he had never been here before, the Immortal Court itself shouldn't have attracted his attention. Yen Zhaoga looked at the Kuei Wood Wolf with interest. Then, is it because of someone or something here? After standing at the outskirts for a while, he suddenly moved closer. Evidently, he was attracted by an unexpected reason or a sudden discovery. It wasn't because of the matter mentioned by the other demon race in the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Then what could it be? Yen Zhaoga also shifted his gaze towards the immortal realm. As he observed from afar, he pondered. Within the immortal realm, there were a total of 8 worlds. Currently, all of them had transformed into Azura battlefields. A large number of heretic martial art practitioners were fighting within. Their cultivations varied. The warriors with lower cultivation bases were engaged in a large-scale battle in the 8 worlds, exchanging blows with each other. The martial art practitioners with higher cultivations were fighting within the void of the immortal realm. The strongest expert was an immortal quartz sovereign. He was fighting against another Buddhist arhat from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Other than that, a few immortal quartz true immortal emperors were fighting against the blessed lands of the White Lotus's venerable truth. From the perspective of a martial practitioner, from the perspective of strength, Yen Zhaoge did not find much redeeming qualities within. He believed that with the foresight of the wood wolf, it wouldn't be attracted by the strength of these heretic profound immortals and true immortals. Yen Zhaoge tried hard to recall the supreme martial art that the Kuei wood wolf of the 28 lunar mansions had cultivated in the heavenly quartz divine palace back then, before comparing it with this martial practitioner of the external Tao before him. Still, he had not discovered anyone who was related to the Kuei wood wolf's martial art. Since this path was blocked, Yen Zhaoge changed his train of thought as he began paying attention to whether or not that immortal realm contained some unique treasures. Normally speaking, it was not easy to detect hidden treasures. However, since the Kuei wood wolf had such a special action, it showed that in the eyes of an expert at his level, this thing was not hidden. While the Northern Ocean clone's cultivation base was lower than the Kuei wood wolf's, his current strength was also extraordinary. Yen Zhaoge's discernment ability was even more shocking. Yet, even after looking for a long time, he still did not gain anything. Next, Yen Zhaoge considered many other possibilities, eliminating all of them one by one in the end. If the orthodox path cannot be taken, I can only consider some unorthodox paths. Yen Zhaoge secretly curled his lips. His gaze refocused on the heretic martial artists who were fighting in the immortal realm. But this time, he only stared at the women. Chapter 1665. Yen Zhaoge carefully sized up the heretic martial art practitioners in the immortal realm, especially those of the immortal court. His target this time was mainly women. Compared to men, Yen Zhaoge felt that the Kuei wood wolf's target was more likely to be women. It wasn't that the yellow-robed great sage was a wolf demon, but Yen Zhaoge had heard some rumors about the Kuei wood wolf. According to the rumors, when the Kuei wood wolf was one of the 28 constellation lords in the heavenly court's divine palace, it had fallen in love with a female immortal of the heavenly court. The two had privately become husband and wife in the mortal world. However, they were later involved in the matter of Monk Sanzang and traveling monk Sun's pilgrimage to the west. The Kuei wood wolf lost the humanly essenced stone fragment and returned to the heavenly court's divine palace. However, after the female immortal reincarnated into the mortal world, she didn't return to the heavenly court. Since then, the two had been separated from each other. According to the information Yen Zhaoge had, there were actually many secrets that involved the game between Buddhism, demon race, Taoism, and the heavenly court. However, since then, the Kuei wood wolf couple seemed to have no contact with each other. Although Yen Zhaoge felt that it was a little ridiculous, he couldn't help but think of that when he saw the Kuei wood wolf's appearance. Everyone loved gossip, and Yen Zhaoge was no exception. As long as it wasn't his own gossip, his paparazzi soul would always burn when he encountered similar things. As early as the Middle Era, the female immortal reincarnated into Princess Hundred Flowers. Logically speaking, she should have no contact with the Kuei wood wolf after that. Yen Zhaoge observed and thought, and Hundred Flowers' shyness didn't seem to be able to push open the immortal door and return to the heavenly court's divine palace. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how many lifetimes she has reincarnated. If the Kuei wood wolf wanted to find Hundred Flowers' shyness, who had reincarnated many times, why would it wait until today? Moreover, As far as Yen Zhaoge knew, after 100 Flowers' shyness reincarnated for the first time, she didn't bring her innate wisdom. She didn't remember her previous life's experience and didn't even recognize the Kuei Wood Wolf. The relationship between the two was really complicated. There were also many rumors. Some said that the man was wishful thinking, while others said that the couple was in love and harmonious. Of course, there were also rumors circulating that the Kuei Wood Wolf's loss of its humanoid essence stone fragment was related to Princess 100 Flowers Shy. That old wolf loved his wife very much. Thinking about it this way, Buddhism might have been behind the birth of 100 Flower Shyness that year, Yen Zhaoge pondered. There were quite a number of female experts in the celestial grounds. However, there were only a few with relatively high cultivation bases. Yen Zhaoge appraised him carefully. First, not mentioning whether the reincarnation of Princess 100 Flowers Bashful was among them. Even if there was, Yen Zhaoge would not be able to recognize her from her external appearance. Although he had seen the portrait of 100 Blossoms Blush in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library, her appearance might have changed drastically after reincarnation. Yen Zhaoge's current inspection standard was to pay attention to the strength of the other party's soul. After going through many reincarnations, even if the other party didn't have the memories of their past lives, those with powerful souls and their original aura could be recognized by acquaintances in their past lives. If the Wood Wolf of Kuei really discovered the reincarnation of Princess 100 Flowers, then it meant that this woman's soul was extraordinary or had obvious characteristics. Of course, Yen Zhaoge didn't know what these characteristics were, but they definitely existed. According to this standard, Yen Zhaoge really picked out a suitable target. It was a woman in the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, the Human Exalt realm. The treasured light of faith power flickered within her body. According to the standard of an external Tao martial art practitioner, her strength was quite extraordinary. Although Yen Zhaoge couldn't determine how long it would be before she pushed open the immortal door as an external Tao martial art practitioner, it was obvious that there was a lot of hope, and it might even be in the near future. Is it her? Yen Zhaoge touched his chin. Before the great calamity, the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still under the control of the investiture of gods. After the great calamity, not long after he came out of seclusion, this place is already waiting for him. Unless the Tao ancestor was paying attention to it personally, it would be extremely difficult to pick out a specific person among the countless living beings who had gone through so many reincarnations and tens of thousands of years. More likely, when Princess 100 Flowers Bashful was still there, someone had been paying attention to her every reincarnation. That was why they could find her at any time. Although doing this felt a little idle most of the time, such a move that seemed to be casually laid out a long time ago could play a role under certain circumstances. Of course, after so many reincarnations, and the memories of the previous life couldn't be preserved, whether the person was still the original person or not was a matter of opinion. I just don't know if it's someone from the Buddhism or the work of that immeasurable heavenly Lord. As Yen Zhaoge paid attention to that woman, he also checked the others. He secretly paid attention to the Wood Wolf of Kuei and saw that the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still paying attention to the immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge was too far away, and the other party was a demon race great sage. He couldn't tell if the Wood Wolf of Kuei was targeting the same person as him. However, after a long time, he gradually confirmed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei's focus wasn't on the immortal court's domain or something. Instead, it was indeed paying attention to a certain person. In the immortal realm, no matter who it was, they were still fighting fiercely. No one noticed that there was more than one bigwig expert watching them from the universe outside the immortal realm. The two sides had been fighting for a long time, with both sides winning and losing, although the immortal court was in a disadvantageous position. Under the situation of defending conservatively and fighting steadily, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddhism martial art practitioners couldn't gain much of an advantage. They could only advance bit by bit to occupy this immortal realm's world. Occasionally, they would be forced back by the immortal court's counterattack. A world would usually have to go through many battles before it could be stabilized. The blue-clothed woman that Yen Zhaoge was paying attention to, who seemed to be the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, was injured during the battle and had no choice but to retreat from the battlefield. The Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't seem to care about this. However, after the blue-clothed woman temporarily retreated to the immortal court's battlefront and left this immortal realm, the Wood Wolf of Kuei clearly didn't have the interest to continue watching the battle. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the danger wasn't fatal. Yen Zhaoge was well aware of it. However, the Wood Wolf of Kuei is famous for spoiling his wife. Based on his current appearance, is it because he's still holding a grudge against the past, which is why he's feeling conflicted now? Or is it because he's also not sure if she's the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shame, which is why he's being cautious? He paid attention to the Wood Wolf's movements and noticed that the Wood Wolf of Kuei didn't continue moving. Instead, he only watched the blue-clothed woman leave. Chapter 1666. After watching the woman in blue leave, the Kuei Wood Wolf stood still in the same place. However, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely feel that the other party had no intention of continuing to pay attention to this place. From the looks of it, the woman in blue was likely to be the reincarnation of Princess Hundred Blossom Shyness. At the very least, she had some entanglements with the Kuei Wood Wolf. There was no doubt that there was something special about her. The Kuei Wood Wolf continued to stand there without moving. Perhaps it was to prevent others from noticing his abnormality and realizing that his target was actually the woman in blue. Although this yellow-robed great sage was rumored to be hot-tempered, he was also very experienced. He knew that if his actions were seen through by someone with ulterior motives, it might become his weakness. However, Yen Zhaoge felt that the Kuei Wood Wolf was being wishful thinking. Although he wasn't sure, Yen Zhaoge felt that before the Kuei Wood Wolf reappeared, the woman in blue might not have shown up much. If this was the case, then this woman in blue was clearly a card played by the immortal court against the Kuei Wood Wolf. She had been waiting for him from the beginning. In that case, unless the Kuei Wood Wolf remained indifferent, it would be useless no matter how he tried to conceal it. In fact, he had already been exposed. At this moment, the Buddha, who was helping the immortal court and confronting the Kuei Wood Wolf, might not know about it. However, as long as this Buddha explained the details, the Western Pure Lands, and the immortal court who received the news would immediately know about the Kuei Wood Wolf's abnormal behavior. The person who played this card and made this move would understand that this move had achieved initial results. The woman in blue had successfully attracted the Kuei Wood Wolf's attention. Of course, this didn't mean that everything was fine. With such a coincidence, the Kuei Wood Wolf couldn't help but have doubts. The final result would depend on how the Kuei Wood Wolf would act. In other words, it would depend on the position of Princess Hundred Blossom Shyness in the Kuei Wood Wolf's heart. After so many years, the relationship in the past could no longer be used as a basis for judgment. Yen Zhaoge was quite interested in this. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't forget about the matter at hand. He was more concerned about whether this unexpected situation would be helpful to his trip. While thinking, Yen Zhaoge watched the Kuei Wood Wolf finally moved and left this place. The yellow-robed great sage pulled away again and returned to his original posture, looking at the place where the two heretics were fighting from afar. Seeing him retreat, the grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That Buddha from the Western Pure Lands had also retreated. He had no intention of interfering in the battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Immortal Chiosho, who was monitoring and observing with the Kuei-Wood Wolf, saw him return and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" In terms of seniority, Immortal Chiosho had always been above the Kuei-Wood Wolf. However, after this junior ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, Immortal Chiosho couldn't put on airs in front of him. He knew very well that the strength of this junior in front of him was quite extraordinary in the same realm. Initially, he was just a minor saint of the absolute void realm. Now, he was also a great saint of the demon race. The strength of the Wood Wolf of Kuei's subordinates was quite strong and could not be underestimated. As such, Immortal Chiosho was quite polite to him. "I'm fine." The Wood Wolf of Kuei shook its head and replied, "It's the first time I've seen someone from the Tao sect using such a cultivation method. I went to take a closer look out of curiosity." At the start of the current era, the Maitreya Buddha had changed the central blessed lands of Saha's teachings and became the new Buddha. In the past, the Wood Wolf of Kuei was still in charge of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. He was one of the few heavenly monarchs within the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Naturally, he had interacted with the heretics of Buddhism before. However, the immortal court only appeared after the Great Calamity. At that time, the Wood Wolf of Kuei had secluded himself within the Astro Mountains' starry seas. He had only reappeared recently and rarely interacted with the heretics of the immortal court. Although he had heard of it before, it was his first time seeing it up close. It looked similar to the current central blessed lands of Saha, Immortal Chiosho said. However, rumor has it that the immeasurable heavenly lord used a portion of humanoid essence stones, as well as heavenly essence stones. The Wood Wolf of Kuei-Sho slowly said, "It looks the same. However, it's much easier for him to illuminate someone from the Tao sect than the future Buddha." Immortal Chiosho grinned. "Luckily, it's not a complete heavenly essence stone. Otherwise, anyone from the Taoism, even if it's a grand virtual immortal, the immeasurable heavenly lord could forcefully illuminate them. They don't even need to meet each other. As long as they understand each other's existence, those from the Taoism wouldn't be able to escape from the immeasurable heavenly lord's hands." The Wood Wolf of Kuei-Sho remained silent for a while and shook his head. Immortal Chiosho turned to look at him and smiled. He knew what the Wood Wolf of Kuei-Sho was muttering about. Although the two of them were great demons and were currently in the Astro Mountains' starry seas, they had once listened to Taoism's prime clear lineage's teachings. Although they weren't of the direct lineage, they could still be considered as Taoism's descendants. "We don't owe the three clear lineage." Immortal Chiosho snorted. "It's Taoism that owes us." The Wood Wolf of Kuei-Sho shook his head. "Let's not talk about it anymore." As the two great demons conversed, Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone silently adjusted his position. At the same time, he concealed his aura and made himself appear inconspicuous. The Wood Wolf of Kuei-Sho's actions seemed to be an insignificant interlude in the battle between the two heretics. His approach only startled a few people, and he retreated further away. To the heretic martial art practitioners who were fighting against each other, he wasn't eye-catching at all. The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had invested a large number of experts into the long battlefront, and they were constantly fighting against each other. The higher-leveled experts restrained each other, while the lower-leveled martial art practitioners controlled the flow of the battle, and so on. If one of the higher-leveled experts gained the upper hand and was able to move around freely, their opponents would naturally suffer. How to deal with such a dangerous situation would test both sides from time to time. Time unknowingly passed. On different small battlefields, there might be fights and pauses. There were times when the battle was intense, and there were times when the situation calmed down. However, from the perspective of the overall battle, the two sides were still fighting intensely, After resting, the martial art practitioners of the two sides would quickly rejoin the battlefield and continue fighting against their enemies. Yan Zhaoge's gaze wandered around the battlefront between the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. After an unknown period of time, his gaze slightly narrowed. The blue-clothed woman that he suspected to be Hundred Flowers' Bashfulness appeared once again. Previously, she retreated from the battlefront due to her injuries. Now, she seemed to have recovered and rejoined the battle. Yan Zhaoge's gaze subconsciously glanced at the yellow-robed great sage, the Wood Wolf of Kuei. This time, the Wood Wolf of Kuei show didn't make any special movements. It stood on the spot without moving. The distance was too far, and the Wood Wolf of Kuei show's cultivation was also high. Yan Zhaoge wasn't sure if it had any special movements. However, if the Wood Wolf of Kuei show really cared about the blue-clothed woman, Yan Zhaoge believed that with its strength, it would have already discovered the blue-clothed woman. However, it was unknown if it really didn't care about her, or if it was just pretending.